Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the January 13th, 2021 regular meeting of the West Contra Costa USD Board of Education. I'm calling this meeting to order. That's item 1. Item 2 is disclosure of items to be discussed in closed session. Those items are 1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. 2, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. 3, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. 4, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. 5, conference with labor negotiators. 6, public employee appointment. 7, public employee performance evaluation. 8, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, complaint. And those conclude the items for closed session. Is there any public comment before we go into closed session?
Mr. Phillips, we do have one public comment. Andrew Butt, you may unmute.
Mr. Butt, you should be good to go. Can you hear us?
Okay, now I'm good now.
Okay.
I didn't have the ability to do that. Okay, so I understand I have a minute and a half, is that right? Okay,
Yes.
I'll try to be as brief as possible. My name is Andrew Butt, and I'm a lifelong Richmond resident and district parent. Interactive Resources was hired in 2006 as the architect for Eastern Modernization Project. This was a complicated 10-year-long project that included 2 charter schools, a community-based multi-agency design process, and the historic restoration and rehabilitation of a dilapidated classroom building originally built for the children of the Rosie the Riveters. By most accounts, this was a highly successful project. It won awards, accolades from the community, and the teachers, parents, and students who used it. It was subsequently placed on the National Register of Historic Places and will soon be a proud part of the Rosie the Riveter National Park. Unfortunately, like most projects that were overseen by the district-hired construction and program management firm SGI, who has since been terminated, gone out of business, and been criminally prosecuted for bribery and fiscal mismanagement of the district construction programs, this project went over budget and over schedule, and the contractor demanded money from the district the district felt was not owed them. The contractor sued the district, and the district demanded we defend them, even though we had no obligation to do so or not to blame. When we failed to pay their defense, the district sued us. The district continues to punish Interactive Resources for the fallout of messes caused by SGI and others. The district has already settled with SGI for a paltry $350,000, but continues to press us to pay more than twice that. Being on the receiving end of a district-initiated lawsuit has severely impacted our ability to compete for public work in a hyper-competitive market where required disclosure of litigation often immediately and automatically disqualifies us. This is a highly unusual, inappropriate, and unfortunate way for the district to treat a local architecture firm that is not to blame for the issues between the West Contra Costa District and Roebelin. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Mr. Butt. The board will now recess into closed session.
Good evening, WCCUSD community. The board is just now wrapping up closed session, and we will have this public meeting starting at 6:45. Again, the board is just now wrapping up closed session, and this meeting will begin at 6:45. Thank you.
Hello again, everyone. We are about to begin the open session portion of the meeting. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Trustee Garcia Avila, would you like to do the acknowledgement?
Yes, please. Thank you. Okay, let me just pull them up. Cool. So, my bad, sorry. There you go. We recognize that we are currently present on the lands of the Chichonyo, Muwekma, Karkin, Ohlone peoples and acknowledge them as the first inhabitants of the land we currently occupy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Again, I would like to welcome everyone to the January 13th, 2021 meeting of the West Contra Costa USD Board of Education. This meeting will provide public comment opportunities through the Zoom app or by telephone. To indicate your desire to speak on an agenda item, raise your hand by clicking on the appropriate icon in the Zoom app or by pressing *9. If accessing the meeting by phone, in order to be recognized to speak, your hand must be raised before public comment begins for the item. Due to the Brown Act, board members cannot discuss items that are not on the agenda and do not usually respond to items presented in public comment. We do have translation for this meeting. The way you access the translation is to click on the globe at the bottom of your screen where it says interpretation, and you can choose the language that you need to hear the meeting in. With that said, I will request the roll call.
President Phillips,
Present.
Trustee Smith-Folds,
Here.
Trustee Reckler,
Good evening, President.
Trustee Christian.
Present.
I believe Trustee Gonzalez is running a few minutes late. I didn't see him come on yet. Trustee Gonzalez. Student Trustees Garcia Avila
Here.
and Student Trustee Cotton Blake.
Thank you so much, Mr. Duffy. Now we're going to move on to item B4, recognize participation of student board representatives.
Great. Well, we have an opportunity to honor our two fantastic student trustees who've been with us during an incredibly unprecedented time in our country and in education. Student trustee Garcia Avila from Richmond High and Caden Cotton Blake from Middle College. We do have plaques for you that we will be sharing with you and sending to you in recognition of your incredible service. Personally, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you here with us, just to get your thoughts on everything from student life, but especially during this pandemic and what students are going through and how we can make it better. Each of you have taken leadership in your own ways at your schools, in the community, district committees, et cetera. So I know our board will want to share some comments with you, but I just want to personally thank you. I know you all will do great and go on to do great things, but it's been a real pleasure having you up here and getting your thoughts on many, many items that come across the agenda. So thank you, and personally wishing you the best of luck and hope our paths will cross soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to run through Rosenberg's just because that'll give us an opportunity to take public comment in case someone wants to say something. And then when we get to the board discussion, then the board members can make their comments. And then we can hear comments from the student trustees as well. So I'm just going to assume there are no questions and ask if there is public comment on this item.
We do have public comment. We have 4, 5, 6 public comments. So
Okay.
I will give Maisha Gash you may unmute. We are now up to 8 comments.
Okay.
Good evening, and love, blessings, and prayers to our young people on the board. I'll keep this brief. Mr. Phillips, I know what I've heard is not true about you. Limiting, quieting the public's voice, teacher voices. As a Black man, I know this cannot be true about you. Not when Black voices have been assaulted since our ancestors, since slaves were brought to this land. Not when Black voices were silenced for running for freedom. Not when Black voices were silenced on the Edmund Pettus Bridge. Not when voices of 4 little Black girls were silenced by the bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church. And not when my 102 years young great aunt, who couldn't vote at birth because she was, as she called herself, a Negro and a woman at birth. Her great niece, me, and all those who believe in the freedom of expression, the freedom of speech, will not be silenced nor muzzled in 2021. So if you didn't know, now you know.
Thank you, Ms. Gash. Our next public comment is Thomas Scott. You may unmute.
Good evening, board, President Phillips, and to the board. I just want to say thank you to our students. You guys did an outstanding job, and I hate to see you all go, but I wanted to say thank you, and I hope that you encourage the other leaders at your schools to take this opportunity, but especially to my mentee, Kaiten. I've watched you grow over the years, and I want to say I'm happy that you took this opportunity to share with the board all your thoughts and everything. And I wish you both nothing but the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Mariela Cuellar. You may unmute.
Good evening. My name is Mariela Cuellar. I am a parent from Richmond High School. I welcome all of you. Happy New Year. My comment is about that I would like for the board members to be more present in our schools, obviously virtually, especially on the committees such as School Site Council, ELAC, the African American committees, any committees that there is that you can be present, like you can come and visit. Also, I would like for you to be present, like going to the classes. Maybe you can go and see what's going well, what needs to improve. I would like that from you. I don't know much about the new members, but I'm here to learn that we can work as a team. I became a member of the School Site Council in Richmond High School. So my goal is to learn, to make changes, to make improvements, and to learn. That's what I always try to do, and do my best on making difference on all of the students, because I want to be involved in my daughter's schools and all the students in Richmond High, in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to remind the public that the item that we're on right now is recognition of the student board representatives. We will have general public comment later on in the meeting, but please focus your comments right now on the student trustees because this is their moment of recognition. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment is Tom Panis. Mr. Panis, you may unmute.
Good evening, President Phillips, members of the board and district staff. My name is Tom Panis, and I'd like to thank our student trustees for their contributions to the board. I've known Mr. Cotton Blake since he was a freshman. I've known Ms. Garcia Avila since she was a sophomore. It's been a treat working with them. I've learned from them. I certainly enjoyed working with them, and just want to wish both of you all the best. And I hope we can keep up communications. Thanks so much.
Our next public comment is Will Mcgee. Mr. Mcgee, you may unmute.
Thank you and good evening to everyone. I want to just say how this is a great moment. It's a sad moment. I wish you guys were able to continue on, but you two were super inspirational. Miss Garcia Avila and Mr. Caden Cotton Blake. I loved to see how you two worked off of each other. Miss Garcia Avila would always support Mr. Blake with his comments and vice versa. I just want to say that it was an honor. Caden, you really helped the OASA out tremendously. You contributed to ASAT events, the turkey drive. This young man came and was giving turkeys to people and running pies to their car. And it's good because he's a young one. I'm too old to be doing all that. The speaker series, he opened that up for us and spoke eloquently. The Kwanzaa event, he jumped in and assisted me at the last minute and did a very great job. And then pioneering the financial literacy that we are anticipating to start in February, that was spurred by Caden. He said, I would like you guys to find financial literacy for us as students, and we were able to do that. And so Caden, we look forward to you joining us with that, and then also inviting Stephanie. So again, congratulations. You guys were instrumental and really provided some very excellent board updates.
Our next public speaker is Zalon Harrison. Ms. Harrison, you may unmute. Yeah. Oh.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you listen? Okay, great. I just wanted to say, oh, you guys did a great, great job, both of you guys. And thank you guys for serving. It's very important that we continue to get youth voices. And I'm hoping that our selection, as well as we got with you two, Katie, your awesome sauce. Mcgee stole all my thunder. So all the things Mcgee said about you, I've seen you on those platforms also. So thank you for supporting the Black parents and what we want for our youth and things that we felt were important. So thank you as a board member for supporting that. And I wish both of you all well. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Audrey Shields. Ms. Shields, you may unmute.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I wanted to congratulate and commend our student board members. They have done an awesome job. I think the board is always enriched having students involved in participating in the discussion. They view things differently than adults often see. It is vitally important that our youth we have youth representation on the board, and like the other organizations I've said, both Ms. Garcia Avila and Mr. Cotton Blake have served NAACP Youth Council in wonderful ways over the last year or so. Ms. Garcia Avila was on our debate program where she questioned candidates and did an awesome job. She participated, they practiced that for a while, they organized it. Richmond NAACP Youth Council and Richmond Revolution. And Mr. Caden Cotton is a member of the NAACP Youth Council. He participates and supports our programs. He is going to be an active and involved member of our AXO program coming up. They are outstanding students. They are hardworking, and it's awesome to have them. Thank you, guys.
Our next public speaker is Jose De Leon. Mr. De Leon, you may unmute.
Good evening, board. Good evening, Superintendent Duffy. Also like to congratulate both of our board members. And I urge you to continue your work in working with the community and working with your sites. Your voice is needed. And always make sure you continue your work on site. Especially, I'd like to appreciate Stephanie at Richmond High School working to make sure students have a voice and urging us to have a student council that talks directly to the administrators and to the teachers. Also like to appreciate both of your work with the community, Stephanie with the Rice Center, and some of the work that you've been doing, especially bringing forward the resolution honoring our ancestral lands for the people of this area. So once again, this is only the beginning. There's a lot of great things to come for you. So prepare yourselves and always keep an eye on your future. Thank you.
President Phillips, Mr. De Leon was the last of the speakers to raise his hand before we began this item, but we do have one more speaker who has raised her hand during the item.
That will be the last one.
Very good. Salita Hunter, you are our next speaker. You may unmute.
Thank you, Ms. Hardy, for recognizing me. I appreciate that. I'm sorry I was a little late. Thank you, President Phillips. I just want to appreciate these two wonderful student board members. You guys are amazing. Stephanie, when you honored the ancestors that a few meetings ago and you took that stand, I was floored and amazed. Thank you so much for your dedication. Thank you for being unbothered. And thank you for being in this and representing well. You have done an excellent job. Mr. Cotton Blake, Caden, we've only worked together for a short time, but you amaze me. When you broke down that budget question, I was just taken aback. I was so impressed. My heart swelled. There are going to be good things for both of you. I am looking forward to what you're going to do in the future. Mr. Cotton Blake, I love you to come back and run this district. I think you can do this. Miss Stephanie, you too, come back and show us how it's supposed to be done. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much for everyone who called in to give kind remarks to our student trustees. And what we're going to do now is have board discussion, but this discussion is really for you to give, thanks and to recognize the student trustees. And then we're going to let them hear their kudos, and then they'll go after we go so they can make whatever comments they need to make. And just so you know, you still have a report that's later on in the meeting if you want to address something that's going on in the district. So tonight we're beginning with Mr. Christian.
All right, thank you, President Phillips. I want to say to the Cotton Blake and Stephanie Garcia, you guys have powerful voices. You have all what it takes to continue to push forward, and also helping other young people to join you and to be part of making decisions and fighting for the community. And I just wanted to say you guys are did a wonderful job, and it just like I only got the chance to spend just a little bit from the last few board meetings with you two, but continue to be the trailblazer. I'm always here. I'm for the young people, and I definitely want to see our young people come back into the district. I was a young person in this, grew up here in Richmond, went off to school and lived in other places, but came back and been part of working in my community. And so Stephanie Garcia, Stephanie Avalar, just continue to push forward and continue to keep the fight and keep the fire going, and be the trailblazer at Richmond High School. And Caden Blake, just continue to keep the torch lit and be the light in the community of Richmond, and continue to fight hard. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we're going to Mrs. Reckler.
I have so enjoyed working with you guys. You know, we've only had a couple of board meetings together, but I've listened to you for all the meetings because I've gone to all the meetings virtually and before that in person. And I have just enjoyed the richness that you have added to these conversations. And I so appreciate your fresh perspectives and your honesty. I mean, you're unburdened with everything that we have, and you really are free and eloquent in your comments and in your thoughts. And I know that the future is in good hands, and we need to know that right now. It's very important. I want you to stay in touch with me. So Board Member Garcia Avila and I have exchanged information. I will send it back through the district for Trustee Cotton Blake. And, you know, I write recommendations for people. We can place you, guide you. I would like to do that after the time has gone. And I do have a parting gift, which I'm going to put in the chat right now. Let's see if I can put this in. Okay, so what I have here, and I will release this to everybody on my Facebook page later tonight or tomorrow, but I'd like both of you to apply early application for Ed 100 Student Leader Academy. It's a number of days in the summer. It is a tremendous program. I know that DeWitt went last year and learned a lot and had a terrific time. I am recommending both of you to go. Please do it. It is open to all students, but you're getting the inside right now. And there are students here that have been, if you want to speak to anybody in the district who went through the experience, it was rewarding, and it's for student leaders like you. So thank you. And I expect to hear from both of you.
Thank you, ma'am. And next we have Mrs. Smith-Folds.
You guys did a great job. Thank you so much. I want to tell you what I wish people would have told me when I was your age. Leading is never easy. Your life is a book, and you need to realize when there's commas and there's periods. This time of your life is just full of a whole bunch of commas. So put as many things in there as you can. Just I'm this and this and this and this and this. And then just enjoy it. Enjoy the ride. And now that you know, you need to go teach. Your voice is powerful, but your love of service, that's your oxygen. So always take your oxygen. If you love to serve and you love the community and you love using your voice, then always do that. Always go for that. And then you will never, ever fail in life. That's it. Thank you for everything that you did.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you, President Phillips. Student board members, oh my gosh, what could I say about you both? I am so inspired by you every time I hear you both speak. You're both so courageous, so respectful, so inspirational to me. You know, Trustee Garcia Avila, I have seen your journey unlike many others. Many people don't know, but I met Trustee Garcia Avila when she was a student at Verde Elementary School, and I've seen you grow, and I'm so proud of you. And I know this is only the beginning. You're gonna do huge things. And I hope that I can continue making you proud and follow on your footsteps. And Trustee Karen Blake, a lot of people don't know, but you live in my area. And I hope that you come back and you take over for me one of these days as soon as possible, because I think that you will do an incredible job. And I cannot think of another person better to give the baton than you. So I hope that I'm able to see you both here in 2, 4, however long it takes years. And I hope that we stay in touch and that we can continue on the work of bringing student voices to this board, which you both really did exemplary job on. So I look forward to continue working with you in other capacities and continue to be inspired by you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I want to thank both of you for your service, Mr. Cotton Blake and Ms. Garcia Avila. I hope that you got bit by the bug. And what I mean by the bug is the public service bug. And you got a taste with this. And I say a taste because this is not, and this should not be the end for you. Both of you have a spirit about you. Both of you have a voice about you, and both of you have a conviction about you. So what I really want to do is just take a moment to challenge you, because this is not the plateau, right? So when you leave WCCUSD and you go to the next phase of your career, I want you to really think about student government. I really want you to think about that. And if you go on to graduate school after that, I want you to think about doing it there as well, because there are a lot of good people out there who have good ideas, but they don't always commit to helping others in the way that I see you have the ability to do. So what I want you to remember is that it's not always going to be easy. Sometimes you're going to face challenges. Sometimes you're going to face things that you have to work around. Um, but that's part of the job. That's part of the job of serving others. And I believe that you have the ability to do it very well. And you've shown that you have the ability. So just remember, this is a taste, right? And hopefully you like the taste. And I want you to go back to the table and get some more. And like Mr. Gonzalez Hoy was talking about a moment ago, you know, when you come to these positions where you're sitting on school boards or city councils or whatnot, there's pre-work that goes into that if you want to be a successful representative. And so again, I'm going to encourage you, this is the taste, student government at the next level, and keep going, and you'll end up where you want to be, because you guys are on the right side. So with that, I am going to turn it over to both of you for any remarks that you have. But again, I want to thank you very much for your service. I do appreciate the time that you've given to your fellow students.
Kaden, do you want to go first?
I'll go ahead then. Thank you. Well, first to the board, trustees, and Superintendent Duffy, I have appreciated serving my school district that I have attended since kindergarten. Now, the principals, teachers, and staff at Valley View and Madera Elementary Schools, Stewart and Korematsu Middle Schools, and Middle College High School hold a very special place in my heart and helped me to know the amazing work that is being done by our educators and support staff at West Contra Costa Unified School District. Now, this position has provided me many opportunities to build my leadership capacity. Now, during my brief tenure, I had the chance to serve as a moderator for the African American Student Advisory Team for the Provider Fair, as well as for the Speaker Series for the Office of African American Student Achievement, both introducing Dr. Pedro Noguera and Shiraki Holly and helping to field questions after their presentations. Now, my work as a student board trustee has also afforded me the opportunity to serve the NAACP and other community organizations and events throughout the fall semester, including the School Board Candidate Forum, Thanksgiving donations for food for the homeless, turkey giveaways for the holidays, and even the Kwanzaa celebration. Now, most importantly, I have used this opportunity to advocate for student voice within the decisions that the school board makes on a bi-monthly basis. As a senior entering my last semester in West Contra Costa Unified School District, before I embark on my college career, this experience has set me on the path to continue to serve my community and hopefully pursue elected office. In college, I aspire to major in economics and minor in political science, as I have learned the importance of financial literacy and political representation for communities of color. Ultimately, I plan to attend law school. Giving back to my community has been instilled in me as a family virtue and value since I was very young, and was reinforced as I worked in my role as a student board trustee. Now, I must admit, this is a bittersweet moment for me. In October and November of 2020, Stephanie Garcia Avila and I met with board members and community members on the governance committee to revise the current board bylaw 9150 for the student board member program. We proposed extending the term for a full year and adding 2 new student board members. Now, what I've found is that it takes a few months to understand the processes, feel confident in the role, and fully assume the responsibility of speaking up and representing the 28,000 students that we serve. Now, with the addition of 2 new members, there would always be 2 new and 2 more veteran student board members who could mentor and support the newer members. Also, the current board bylaw references appointing students from the Youth Commission, which is no longer meeting regularly. I hope this does not lead to the elimination of the student board member program. While it is too late for Stephanie and I encourage the board to review the revisions to bylaw 9150 and put it on the agenda and be discussed and voted on. That would be an action that directly impacts the students of the West Contra Costa Unified School District and their voice in decisions made on their behalf. Nonetheless, I hope that the West Contra Costa Unified School District School Board will work quickly toward installing students in the role of the Student Board Trustee for the remainder of the year. Again, I appreciate this opportunity and for your support of me and all of the students in the West Contra Costa Unified School District. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Ms. Garcia Avila.
Cool. Wow. I don't know where to start. It's been such a pleasure and a privilege to be serving as a student trustee. I just want to say a few shout outs to Miss Pierce, my elementary school teacher, who really got me involved in really knowing how my voice works. I remember her and I used to go on peace walks every Friday, and I was just like so small with these posters in our hands, and it was so sick, and that really motivated for me to like just, I don't know, use my voice for good. And my freshman year of high school, Miss Kosover, she really motivated me to just be myself and really speak my mind. And then my sophomore year, I met this amazing teacher, Mr. Juntia, who really believes in me no matter my choices, constantly supporting me no matter what. And my junior year, I met my favorite teacher, Miss Gomes, who constantly gives me books to read about literature and how to just expand my mind. And they're really the people that have supported me throughout my whole journey as a activist or whatever. But yeah, it's been super cool. And I hope to major, since we're talking about majors, since Kaden brought it up, I hope to major in political science with a certification in teaching with an ethnic studies minor. I also do hope to go to law school one day, hopefully if I don't end up broke, because money is important. And I also want to put it on the record now, because this is going on YouTube. In the future, fingers crossed, if I don't change my mind, I want to run for official trustee. So I don't know where I'm going to be, but I will definitely come back and return, teach here, teach at my high school specifically. So y'all better give me a job. Thank you. But yeah, thank you so much. It was a pleasure to serve. And I just can't wait for the future.
Thank you so much again to both of you, and thank you for your comments, not just today, but for the entire time that you've been here. With that, I'm going to close this item, and we're going to move on to item B5, which is resolution number 52, 2021, in recognition of significant contributions by Sharon Fogelson and Sharon Lambie, aka the Sharons. And we have a presentation. I believe the person who is reading this resolution is someone from the Administrators Association. So I will let them go ahead.
This is Mr. Duffy. Just to let you know, yes, tonight we are recognizing 2 wonderful Sharons, lifetime educators in our district and leaders and members of WCCAA who have been promoted to panelists along with a few others. We'll be reading that. So we're going to hear from Antoinette Henry Evans, Sue Kahn, Jose de Leon, Kim Chamberlain, Sarah Danielson, and Sylvia Greenwood. You are all panelists and you should all be able to unmute and start when you're ready.
Good evening to the school board and to Superintendent Duffy. We are here to recognize the significant contributions by Sharon Fogelson and Sharon Lambie, AKA the Sharons, whose dedicated service to students, staff, and the community on this evening of January 13th, 2021. Whereas the West Contra Costa Unified School District covers the cities of Richmond, El Cerrito, San Pablo, Pinole, and Hercules, and the unincorporated areas of Bayview, Montalvan Manor, East Richmond Heights, El Sobrante, Kensington, North Richmond, and Terra Hills. And whereas West Contra Costa Unified School District is a middle-sized urban Bay Area school district serving over 30,000 children, 3,000 employees, and 4 bargaining units, including over 100 certificated supervisory staff as determined by the Public Employee Relations Board. In the West Contra Costa Administrators Association, known as WCCAA, and
whereas the first West Contra Costa Administrators Association contract was formed in April 1999 through the efforts of WCCUSD educators Sharon Fogelson and Sharon Lambie in collaboration with WCCUSD legal representation. And whereas Sharon Fogelson and Sharon Lambie were the first co-executive directors of the West Contra Costa Administrators Association, Sharon Fogelson from 1999 through 2013, and Sharon Lambie from 1999 through 2019. And
Mr. DeLeon, you're muted.
I was doing so well. As where Sharon Ferguson worked for the students, staff, and community of WCCUSD from January 24, 1966 through June 30th, 2003 at Pullman, 1966, Perry's, 1972, Maritime, 1976, Early Childhood Education Coordinator, 1990, Project Assistant Preschool, 1991, Project Assistant Counselor, 1994, Coordinator, State Preschool, Non-Public School, 1996 to 2003. And whereas Sharon Lambie worked for the students, staff, and community of WCCUSD from August 27, 1963 through June 30th, 2003 as a preschool teacher at Stewart Elementary School, a classroom elementary school teacher, a reading teacher, a resource teacher, a director of consolidated programs, and a coordinator of special projects, consolidated programs. E.
Whereas the Sharons created the first certificated administrator contract in the WCCUSD, which is recognized as a model for other certificated administrator bargaining units in California. Represented certificated administrators for grievances, negotiated certificated administrator salary, benefits, and working conditions. Reclassified all certificated administrators in the bargaining unit based on a comparative study of other like districts in California. Led WCCAA in implementing interest-based bargaining with training by Annie Song Hill. Participated in the inaugural Solutions Team Multi-Union WCCUSD Problem Solving Committee Solutions Team. And Sharon Lambie in collaboration with RASA and WCCUSD established the Principal Mentor Program, WMPP, to support principals new to their positions, and
Whereas the Sharons participated on WCCUSD budget committees to ensure that the voice of the certificated administrators was included in important budget decisions, met regularly with human resources and the superintendent to develop a stronger connection with WCCUSD cabinet as representatives of WCCAA. And whereas Sharon Fogelson and Sharon Lambie shared a passionate belief that leadership is vital to the education of students. Their commitment and dedication to the staff and students of WCCUSD made the district a better place. Their efforts truly made a difference. And now, therefore, be it resolved. The Board of Education, students, staff, and community extend to Sharon Fogelson and Sharon Lambie, the Sharons, our sincere appreciation for their combined 77 years of school-based work as educators and their combined 26 years of continued service as WCCAA co-executive directors.
And the final statement was from Ken Whittemore. He said, "I do not believe it is possible to speak about Sharon Fogelson and Sharon Lambie in any other terms than as a team. They represented the leaders of West Contra Costa Unified School District with great professionalism and principles. It is an honor to sit across from the table with the two of the most ethical people I have ever worked with. It is rare that one can say, I care about the people who sit on the other side of the table. I never felt that they were the opponent, but my colleagues. At the end of the day, I cared about them and cherished the relationship I had with them. West Contra Costa Unified School District is better because of what the Sharons brought to people they represented and touched. I feel blessed to be one of the people they touched. Thank you."
Does that conclude the presentation, Mr. Duffy?
Yes, it does.
Thank you so much. Like I did with the last item, I'm going to assume that there aren't any questions and move to public comment in case there are anyone out there in TV land that wants to say something about the fantastic Sharons.
President Phillips, we do not have any public comments at this time.
Thank you very much. So now we are on to board discussion. I'm going to ask for a motion to approve this resolution.
President Phillips, I move the resolution.
Thank you very much, sir. And do we have a second?
A second.
Thank you very much, ma'am. On discussion, does anyone on the board have any comments about the Sharons? Okay, seeing no comments, the motion has been made by Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy and it's been seconded by Ms. Smith-Folds. On to roll call. Mr. Christian?
Yes.
Mrs. Reckler?
Reckler, yes.
Mrs. Smith-Folds?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy?
Yes.
And Phillips, yes. To the Sharons, thank you so much for all of the wonderful years of service that you've dedicated to this district. We really do appreciate you, and we appreciate your union for giving us the opportunity to recognize you publicly. Okay, we're going to move on to the next item, which is B6, resolution number 53, 2021, in recognition of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service. I'm going to ask Mr. Duffy to present whatever he needs to present, but to read the resolve clauses of the resolution only.
Great, thank you. It's an absolute honor to be able to celebrate with our community, Dr. King. And we have a day off to celebrate his life and memory on Monday. And I'll mention more of that in my superintendent's report.
Mr. Duffy,
Yeah.
Mr. Duffy, I am so I am so sorry.
Go ahead.
Mr. Cotton Blake, he actually just sent something in the chat, and he was right. I did not call on the students to vote for the last item. So
Got
if
it.
we could just back up momentarily.
Sure.
Miss Garcia Avila on item B5.
Yes.
Oh, thank you very much. And Mr. Cotton Blake on item B5.
Cotton Blake, yes.
Thank you so much. And thank you for correcting me. I appreciate that. And if we can go now to item B6. And again, I apologize.
Great. So tonight, again, we have a resolution to recognize January 18th as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service. We do have across our schools next week a great amount of teaching going on about Dr. King. We have a day off on Monday. I'll share a little bit more in my superintendent's report about Monday activities. So for now, I will read the resolved clause. I think that's what you asked, Mr. Phillips. So we could scroll down to the resolved clause. Okay, great. Thank you. So now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education and the West Contra Costa Unified School District recognize Monday, January 18th, 2021 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service and encourage all schools to commemorate this occasion with appropriate instructional activities.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm going to assume that there are no questions and move to public comment. Is there any public comment on this item?
There is no public comment on this item.
Thank you very much. And we are now going to move to board discussion. Can I have a motion to adopt this resolution?
So moved.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Can I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion on this resolution? Seeing none, I'm going to call for the vote. Roll call begins with Mr. Christian
Yes.
and Mrs. Reckler
Reckler, yes.
and Mrs. Smith Folds
Yes.
and Mr. Gonzalez Hoy.
Yes.
Miss Garcia Avila
Yes.
and Mr. Cotton Blake.
Yes.
Thank you. And Phillips is a yes. The motion carries unanimously. We are now going to move on to item B7, which is report ratification of closed session. Mr. Duffy, do we have a report out?
There's nothing to report out of closed session this evening.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we're going to move on to item B8, which is agenda review and adoption. I'm going to, there's not really a presentation for this, so I'm just going to go to public comment. Let me back up for a minute. There's no presentation on this. I'm going to start with questions. So I'll just ask, is there any board member that wants to pull something off of consent? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to public comment now. And I am asking if there is a member of the public that's watching that would like to pull something off of consent. So Ms. Hardy, I think you're working public comment this evening. Do we have anyone?
I am, and we do not at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to move on to board discussion. And I have one quick question. Item F3, which is the legal services contract. Does anyone have any questions about that item, or does anyone have any objection to us moving that item into the consent calendar? And I'm looking for faces. Does anybody have any objections to that? No. Okay, so we're going to move item F3 into the consent calendar. And again, item F3 is legal services contracts. So that said, can I have a motion to approve the agenda with the change that I just made?
So moved.
Thank you, ma'am. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you so much. And any discussion past that? Seeing none, we're going to move on to roll call. Mr. Christian?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Reckler?
Reckler, yes.
Smith Folds?
Smith Folds, yes.
Gonzalez Hoy?
Yes.
Garcia Avila?
Yes.
Cotton Blake?
Yes.
Phillips, yes. Okay, the agenda has been adopted for this meeting. Now we're going to move on to item B9, which is approval of minutes. We're going to start with the December 9, 2020 minutes. Do I have a motion to approve that set of minutes?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Were there any corrections that anyone had? No. Okay, so we're going to go through the roll call. Christian?
Yes.
Reckler?
Reckler, yes.
Smith Folds?
I abstain.
Gonzalez Hoy?
Yes.
Garcia Avila?
Yes.
Cotton Blake?
Yes.
Phillips? No. The motion carries. Now we're going to move on to the December 16, 2020 minutes. Can I have a motion to adopt those minutes?
So moved.
Can I have a second?
Reckler, second.
All right. On the discussion, did anyone have any corrections to the December 16 minutes? Yes, ma'am.
I do have one minor correction, which is to item E3 on the interim budget. There's a sentence that says that about my comments about how the LCAP was ordered. It only pertains to highest to lowest spends, how we spend our money. And so the correction should just be something that, check in with the LCAP committee about that particular presentation. It's a presentation thing, not certainly how we spend our money, just simply about the presentation and the ordering of the spends.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Were there any other corrections to the 12-16 minutes?
Trustee Phillips, my name was misspelled under elect clerk. That's when we did the elections. That was the first board meeting that we were at. My name is misspelled. They left the S off of Folds.
Okay, thank you very much. If there are any typographical errors in the minutes, please go ahead and correct those as well. Are there any other corrections to the minutes? I do have one correction, and that is for the closed session items. The items that are on the minutes are the items that were just put on the agenda originally, but if you recall, there were a lot of closed session items that we actually took off. So that part needs to be corrected. And I remember particularly the items around litigation, there may have been something else. So that said, there are corrections made or suggested. The people who moved and seconded these minutes, do you accept the corrections? Okay.
Reckler, yes.
And I see
Gonzalez, oh, yes.
Thank you so much, sir. So on to the roll call for the 12-16 minutes as corrected. Mr. Christian?
Yes.
Ms. Reckler? Mrs. Reckler?
Reckler, yes.
Mrs. Smith Folds?
Smith Folds, yes.
Mr. Gonzalez Hoy?
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Avila?
Yes.
Mr. Cotton Blake?
Yes.
And Phillips, yes. And then the last set of minutes is December 22nd, 2020. I'll ask this way because it might be easier. Does anyone have any corrections to December 22nd, 2020? Yes, Mrs. Reckler.
I have a few small things. On D1 Youth Commission, the contacts I referenced were for El Cerrito High School specifically. On E5 Summit Tamalpais, I also asked staff to clarify the English language learner level, which was very low. And on E2 Elevation, I believe I wanted to ensure, E-N-S-U-R-E, rather than insure, I-N-S-U-R-E. So if there were, it's just one ensure. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Did anyone else have corrections for this set of minutes? Okay. Can I have a motion to adopt these minutes as corrected or amended?
So moved.
Thank you so much. Can I have a second?
Reckler, second.
All right. Any discussion? Seeing none, we are going to start the roll call. Mr. Christian,
Yes.
Ms. Reckler,
Reckler, yes.
Mrs. Smith-Folds,
Smith-Folds, yes.
Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia-Avila,
Yes.
Mr. Cotton Blake.
Yes.
Phillips is a yes as well. So we are done with that item. And we're moving on to B10, which is request to address the board, Teamsters Local 856.
Yes, sorry about that. Tonight we have a very specific request to address the board from Teamsters Local 856. Just to remind the public, we do take special requests to address the board where the recipient of that special address is able to have more than the usual allotted time. So tonight we will hear from Teamsters Local 856. I believe we are hearing from Veronica Diaz this evening. So I want to make sure she is promoted. If not, we can get her promoted very quickly, and then she can address the board. So do we have Veronica?
And Mr. Duffy, just so we're all on the same page, this is a 5-minute address, correct?
Yes, it is. It's a 5-minute address. Thank you for the clarification. We'll put the timer on, and then you can proceed with the board protocols.
Thank you so much, sir.
And
Veronica is promoted.
Promoted as panelist. So Ms. Diaz, you are ready to go. You can unmute when you're ready.
Thank you so much for the extra time to address you all today. I wanted to talk specifically about the meal distribution program in the district. Every week, your meal distribution program surpasses that of the county's food bank. Clearly, there's a need for food in the community, and the district is stepping up and filling that need. That is something to be proud of. Unfortunately, for months, we have expressed concern for a variety of reasons to members of management, and although we have been heard, many of these problems go without resolution. I recognize that management probably feels overwhelmed by the enormous task of maintaining this program in the midst of a pandemic. And I hope that rather than feel defensive of our feedback, decision makers and leaders in the district will put themselves in the shoes of the people that start at just above $15 an hour and who tend to not work enough hours to qualify for health insurance. Firstly, we have entered into our region's rainy weather season, and fickle as rain may be in California, our members definitely feel its impacts when working outside in it. The current distribution program entails our members walking heavy boxes of food to community members' trunks. Each box contains food for one family for 1 week. There is no limit on the amount of boxes each car can take, so our members load anywhere between 1 to even 10 boxes per car. Richmond High alone tends to give out 2,000 boxes every single distribution day. Sites have been given pop-up tents more appropriate for shade during sunny days to shield them from the rain. They're not effective, and as thin as they are, tend to blow away in bad conditions. We've communicated for months that thicker tents with side panels are needed, and that in the meantime, each site needs buckets of rocks, sandbags, or whatever heavy items the district can find to weigh down each leg of the tents. As late as last Monday, I was still calling management asking for buckets to weigh down sides of pop-up tents. We were also told that the district would be asking members for their shoe sizes to order rain boots, which would be wonderful. Unfortunately, I don't know of a single member who has been asked their size, leaving me to wonder if they will be ordered in time for the remainder of the rainy season. We have also been told that the district is working to procure pallet jacks, dollies, or industrial-sized carts for each school site to lug around the heavy pallets that are regularly stacked at 6 feet or taller to ease the strain of moving these pallets around. We haven't seen any of these tools at any of the sites after months of conversation about this specific topic. Turning to staffing, every site has reported feeling short-staffed and misses people regularly. Due to the pandemic, we have asked and the district has agreed to not reassign people to different sites, thinking that if we work in consistent pods, contact tracing will be more effective than if we work with a variety of people on any given day. Just today, I received word that due to a probable virus case at El Cerrito High, members of different pods were dispatched to cover the vacancies. Last week, drivers who are typically assigned to just one delivery truck climbed in and out of multiple trucks that had just been driven by a different driver to expedite their work. After receiving assurances from management that this didn't happen, I reached back out to members who assured me that it did happen. They know very well who they work with daily and know when a different person is introduced to their pod. I've suggested that the district begin calling food service subs to assign them to pods for the duration of this pandemic. If we've learned anything at all since March, it is that an extra hand is always needed. Management agreed to do this, but judging by the lack of coverage today, this has not been put into effect. We're regularly down a third or even half of the district's delivery drivers. They make various runs per day, dropping food off not just at the sites, but also at various nonprofits. These are the same drivers that maintain the department's warehouse. They report regular food waste and over-ordering, leading to running out of refrigerated warehouse space to store the food. With their daily delivery schedule what it is, I am surprised that they are spending the amount of time that they are on figuring out where to store food. They are asked to work overtime regularly, which is a welcome opportunity during the holidays and to pad their checks once in a while, but an energy depleting task if asked multiple times a week. We've also reported or seen a lack of consistency in communication when there is a possible or confirmed COVID case at sites. The district maintains that they're abiding by the law and working to maintain individuals' privacy. As a union rep, I appreciate and understand HIPAA. However, interviewing one member of management, usually a supervisor, after a positive COVID case is insufficient. I have suggested that the COVID response team interview every single person on the campus in question with open-ended questions about their proximity to any of their colleagues, leaving out names for a more accurate understanding of who may have been exposed. We have also requested that members who do data entry be given the chance to work from home. Management has agreed, but has not followed up on these requests, and we have heard from members that they are still being denied these requests. My hope in approaching you tonight with this is that you will follow up with me, management, or any other person you think can help move these issues forward as the pandemic rages on and the district's commitment to feed the community continues to be an important obligation. You'll notice I've proposed some solutions to some of these problems. I'd appreciate some engagement around some of these suggestions rather than just a yes, only to result in inaction. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that request. Ms. Diaz, is there any member of the board who just wishes to say something very briefly since this was on the agenda?
Yes.
Mr. Christian?
Yes, I just want to say, just based on everything, I was a worker that worked in that area as a CSO, helping with the cafeteria workers. When we first started back in, I believe it was April, I want to say is that a lot of them have been working very hard and day in and day out, along with the CSOs and the cafeteria workers. And basically they have not been given any thanks for all what they have done so far. But there's a lot of things that that needs to, we just need questions from the central kitchen. Maybe they could come and give a presentation on the process of everything. But I do know that the workers worked very hard, even when we had the rain. They was getting wet, taking boxes to the cars. There's been some who were getting sick. But I want to just say is we got to value our employees, and because if we don't, then because the classified staff helps carry the weight in the district as well. But that's pretty much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Reckler, do you have any comments?
Is there a way that we can direct the superintendent to either frame this out or give us some sort of update or, whatever?
Yes, yes. Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. Mrs. Smith-Folds?
I agree with what Mr. Christian said. We definitely have to value our employees. And I've heard rain boots, tents with sides, COVID follow up and follow through, and help with manpower and woman power to keep this program running. So I heard it. We've all heard it. Now it's time to act. Action needs to be taken, please, and swiftly. Thank you.
Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy?
Thank you, President Phillips. You know, there's very few times that I speak like this, but I just want to say that like some of the things I heard are just absolutely unacceptable. I think the materials to support people who are at the front lines right now, supporting our kids with food and are holding the district in their backs, it's a no-brainer. I do not want to hear Ms. Diaz come back here ever again asking for boots or asking for tents or asking for shields. Like that has to be just given automatically. That's why we're getting millions of dollars from the state and from the federal government to support our workers. And you know, if any of our employees were to get sick or get COVID because we lacked support for them, like I know I would lose a lot of sleep. Knowing staff, I know that you would lose a lot of sleep and you would take it to heart. And I just think that those are easy lifts. There are harder lifts like short staff. Like I totally understand those issues need to be worked through with Teamsters. I just hope that that can happen as quickly as possible, meaning like tomorrow. And if I need to be in those meetings with you all, like I'd be happy to, because like I want to put my foot forward and you know, get dirty with you all. But like if I know that like I at this point wouldn't feel comfortable being at the front of our schools, but we're asking people to be there, but we're not providing them what they need to be safe, that's unacceptable to me. So Mr. Duffy, I just hope that you guys are able to work through this as quickly as possible so that all of our employees feel safe and are able to be healthy in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ms. Garcia Avila?
Thank you. I 100% agree with Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy. Other than that, I have no other further comments.
Mr. Cotton Blake?
Everything that came to mind has well already been said, and I completely agree. We simply need to do better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will just add very briefly, I've had some conversations with the Teamsters and with staff, things that we said we were going to do. We need to try to do them. And if we're not able to do them, then we're going to have a presentation here at the board and have a larger discussion about it. And I really don't want to agendize this because we should not have to. Trustee Christian and I, maybe about a week ago, we went in towards schools. We saw workers delivering boxes to cars in sweatpants, people who just were not given the proper rain gear and whatnot. So things that we said we were going to do, we need to do them and allow the board to be able to focus on other things. And not, I don't mean that to the extent that, you know, the workers are not important, because they're obviously important. That's why we agendize this. But this is not something that the board should have to call for a presentation for, if that makes sense. So that said, thank you very much, Ms. Diaz, for coming and speaking with us today. If we are not able to make movement on this, we will have a board presentation. That said, this item is closed, and we're going to move on to item B11, which is WCCUSD public comment. Again, public comment is 20 minutes long, and you have 1 minute and 30 seconds. This is general public comment, so this is your time to make whatever comments you would like. Thank you so much.
We have 8 public comments. Jeffrey Bean, you are the first public comment. You may unmute.
Okay. Hello. Good evening, President Phillips, board members, and Mr. Duffy. I am Jeffrey Bean, I teach 4th grade at Shannon Elementary. I have 33 students, and I love my job. This morning, one of my students asked me when we would return to in-person learning. Will we come back in February and March? He and all the students I've spoken to, from the very engaged to the less engaged, are eager to be back in the classroom. And as a teacher, there's nothing I would love more than to go back to my classroom tomorrow morning. I understand and share that frustration with distance learning that has been expressed by parents who have addressed the board. I know that students are struggling, and I don't know of any teacher who prefers the current situation. We are not advocating for continued online learning because we prefer to teach from the couch. If I didn't like teaching in a classroom, I would have a different job. Spending these last few months in the classroom would be wonderful, but during the worst part of that pandemic, it's not worth the loss of life in families of my students and families of my colleagues. At this point, all of us know someone who has lost a friend or family member to COVID. We should do everything we can to make distance learning work for our students. Students are resilient, and with widespread use of a vaccine so close, waiting to return until conditions are safe is the only right choice. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Gabrielle Micheletti. Ms. Micheletti, you may unmute.
Hello, board members. As discussions for reopening schools are going on across the state, as we experience this incredible surge of COVID, I'm really hoping this board will take action to spread important messages to our community about what needs to happen for us to reopen. While we now have more hope from vaccines, Fauci and other leading epidemiologists who understand the situation far better than I could ever hope to, say that our behavior is still the most important part. As a teacher, I do my best to encourage families to stop holding parties, to wear masks, to socially distance, and to follow all guidelines to stop the spread. However, I would imagine these messages would and could be much more powerful coming from a leading body such as the school board. If you've not already begun working on this, I hope you'll consider what you as leaders can do to help slow the spread and get us closer to the conditions where reopening is safe. Because as a teacher, I cannot wait for the day when I can safely be back in the classroom with my students without risking for them their health, their family's health, or my health for that matter, or permanent damage from COVID. So please, please, please do what you can to spread the message of all these behaviors we need to do to keep our community safe and to get closer to being able to reopen safely. Thank you.
Kim Sargentini, you are our next speaker. Ms. Sargentini, you may unmute.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to first say thank you and congratulations to student trustees Cotton, Blake, and Garcia Avila. With these Zoom meetings, I feel like I really got to know you, so I wish you both the best. I also wanted to speak about reopening. I really hesitate. I love my students. I teach kindergarten. I would like to be with them in person. I recognize that in person is not going to be like anything they've ever done. It will basically be distance learning in person behind plexiglass, spread apart and odd. And I don't think it's safe right now. Listening to the food service people talk makes me think if we can't get something right once a week, before twice a week for a small group at a few sites, 15 sites, how on earth are we going to do it for every class every day across this district? My students' families said they're going to pull out. They're not going to even send their kids. I'm going to lose half my class because they're so afraid that somebody's going to get sick. It just breaks my heart. I mean, this whole thing, I never saw it getting this bad. But I just really pray that you guys would really think this over. And as hard as distance learning has been, I'm just exhausted. If it's the safest thing, then that's, I guess, what we would have to do for the time being. So thank you for listening.
Acedo Wilson, you are our next speaker. You may unmute. Acedo Wilson, are you here?
There we go. Okay. Good evening, Board Trustees. This is Sato Wilson, educator at Richmond High School, treasurer and high school representative of the United Teachers of Richmond and president of the Black Educator Network. First of all, it would be great to reinstate standing reports to the school board agenda. Secondly, in regards to school reopenings, I would love to return to classroom and engage with my students. Educators hope to be back in the classrooms as soon as possible when it is safe. COVID rates are continuing to climb since the pandemic started, and it has had a disproportionate impact on our district. Vaccinating teachers might be a good first step, but it's not the be-all to end-all solution. The vaccine will not eliminate or replace the major structural challenges of some of our buildings and lack of resources. HVAC systems that were inadequate for our classrooms during fire season, let alone COVID, no windows in classrooms that are usually overcrowded, bathrooms without soap, paper towels, and water that is not at temperature to kill germs, and of course, lack of PPE. It does not create instant equity in our district. We cannot make broad public health decisions by simply caving into a demand of personal narratives and assuming it will work for all in our district, especially for our Black and brown students. I urge the board and parents to remember to take into account the completely inadequate structural conditions in our buildings. Richmond High School, for example. We miss our students and are eager to go back to school when it is safe. Thank you.
Tom Panis, you are our next speaker. Mr. Panis, you may unmute.
Good evening, President Phillips, members of the board and district staff. My name is Tom Panis and I'd like to speak about abstentions. We are less than a month into the new term and we're already seeing abstentions. I'd like to remind the board members about Board Bylaw 9323, which states, the board believes that when no conflict of interest requires abstention, its members have a duty to vote on issues before them. So given the only time that abstention should take place is when there is a conflict of interest, and also that board members are supposed to recuse themselves from a meeting when an item that poses a conflict of interest is announced, the proper thing to do is, when an agenda item is announced that poses a conflict of interest for a board member, the board member should inform the board they have a conflict of interest, and then that board member should leave the meeting so they cannot influence other board members. Staff will notify the recused board member when the next agenda item is announced. So I certainly hope we don't keep seeing abstentions. And thank you so much for your time this evening.
Jose De Leon, you are our next speaker. Mr. De Leon, you may unmute.
Good evening again, board members, Superintendent Duffy. I'm speaking in behalf of WCCAA and to reiterate our commitment to continue working with the district and with the board to have a positive 2021. Just letting you know that our administrators are working with our families to make sure they stay up to date and inform what's happening in the community and what's related to COVID. Also, I'd like to thank all the high school staff that is working with our students to make sure they complete their college apps and their financial aid forms. That is a great undertaking. Also, we extend our, open our doors to other board members that want to come and visit our sites. Please contact the principals at the site you can come and share in a virtual walkthrough of our campuses. Also, thank you to Mr. Duffy for giving all the principals the opportunity to meet the board members at our next meeting. And more than anything else, please make sure that when new programs come along, make sure you talk to the sites to see what the impacts of those programs will be. So once again, we're here to work in partnership to support our students, our staff, and our community. Thank you.
Simone Anderson, you are our next speaker. Ms. Anderson, you may unmute.
Good evening. Last June at the last board meeting before we adjourned for summer hiatus, we discussed the removal of SROs and the board unanimously voted to remove SROs. And I just wanted to point out that there has yet to be any plan or any direction. The community has yet to be informed or involved on the next steps in school safety. So we were just wondering if we can get an update on that. And also it was said that the money from SROs would be reallocated to Black student achievement. And I would like an update on how that money has been spent or had plans to be spent this school year.
Mr. Mcgee, you are our next speaker. You may unmute.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President, honorable board members, superintendent, staff, and community. My name is William Mcgee, Director of the Office of African American Student Achievement. Much appreciative of you allowing for public comments tonight. Just wanting to tell you all a few updates. I was able to attend an APAC meeting tonight. Very informative. Washington Elementary School has been holding regular and consistent meetings. Happy to report that they stated that some of their teachers are giving presentations about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. this week, and it's following into the day of service. Wanting to let our Black students know that we will be sending an email out about the Morehouse HBCU Admissions Fest that'll be happening this weekend. So wanting to let them know. And then also we are planning our Black History Month activity. So it's a great opportunity. The community has been invited to host several events. So we will be publishing that calendar. Wanting to invite you all to the ASAP meeting on Tuesday, January 19. You should have an update, I believe, in your board memo. And then just also wanting to say thank you to Sharon Lambie. Because of her support, she has promoted or been assisting us administrators in climbing in this district. And so this is something great. I have a few more things, but my time is up. But thank you, board, and we appreciate your hard work.
Alita Hunter, you are our next speaker. You may unmute.
Thank you. Thank you, board, for hearing me again. I want to say thank you first to the teachers that are working to provide an education for our students in West Contra Costa. You are appreciated. I want to also add to keep it up. Don't give up. Don't give your kids asynchronous work every day. I know that it can get difficult, but the interaction that they have with you is valuable. And so I would ask that you continue to engage your students because they need that social presence in their life. They need that influence from their teachers. I would also like to say how sad I was to hear Ms. Diaz talk about what's happening with the workers. And it leads me to a pause about how prepared we are for our students and teachers and staff to return back to school. Hearing El Cerrito at the same time with some possible infection that could have taken place from a worker troubles me. I have a student, I have a child who is there. And so I'm asking that we step up and do what's right by our workers. That's a hard job and they need our support. And also, if we're not supporting our workers with what they need, then how are we going to support our staff and our teachers and our students? Please also keep in mind Black and Brown students who are served at a disparity and make sure that they are at the top of your list when you talk about safety and reopening schools. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Francisco Ortiz, you are our next speaker. Mr. Ortiz, you may unmute.
Good evening, Board, President Phillips, trustees, community, and staff. My name is Francisco Ortiz, and I'm a 5th grade teacher at Ford Elementary. I'm asking that our governing board use science and safety as a guide to reopening schools. Educators and students want nothing more than to be in our classroom, learning together, and we want to be able to do it safely. We don't want to get sick. We don't want our students and our families to get sick, and we certainly don't want to attend any funeral in our district because of hasty reopening and unthought of plans adequately. We know that the district has not adequately provided safe measures for a safe return, especially for our frontline workers who are providing food to our families. My site is always 10 to 15 degrees warmer than outside temperatures on warm days. Our windows open no more than 4 inches. And when we have 33 5th graders in there, it gets extremely hot and stuffy. I am asking our governing board to please use science and safety as a guidestone to reopen our schools safely. Thank you.
Our last public speaker on this item is Christina Velasquez Fiddler. Ms. Velasquez Fiddler, you may unmute.
Thank you. Good evening, President Phillips and board members and staff. I'd like to bring to your attention the work of Ms. Rachel McLaughlin. She's a third grade teacher at Mira Vista. She finds creative ways to connect with the kids and for the kids to connect with each other. She finds ways to weave in social emotional learning. My family has lost a loved one to COVID, as have so many other families in the district. My daughter brings up this loss often, and Ms. McLaughlin always answers with compassion and love. This means more than I can ever express. Some other things she does, there's 2 VIPs every week in her class, just like the in-person student of the week. It's really creative. She's gotten my child hooked on all the reading genres presented in her class, from mysteries to nonfiction, exploring biographies and historical events. She really uses a mix of digital materials and analog materials through a monthly pickup. She's held virtual tours of BAMFA. She's a real gem in our district, and I just wanted to highlight her and recognize her. This has been such an incredibly challenging time for our kids and community, and I just appreciate her amazing service to our families. Thanks.
That was our last public comment that was submitted before the beginning of this item.
Thank you so much to everyone who called in and shared their comments. It is very important that you do that because we need to hear from you. We're going to now move on to item C, which is the consent items. You may recall that we moved item F3, which is the legal services contract, into consent. We kind of have had a discussion about this already, so I'm going to call, and we had public comment. I'm going to call for a motion to approve the consent items.
I move all the consent items.
Thank you very much, sir. Is there a second for that?
I'll second that.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, on to the roll call. I have too many papers around here. That's why I'm looking all over the place. Christian?
Yes.
Reckler?
Reckler, yes.
Smith-Folds?
Smith-Folds, yes.
Gonzalez-Hoy?
Gonzalez-Hoy, yes.
Garcia-Avila?
Garcia-Avila, yes.
Cotton-Blake?
Cotton-Blake, yes.
Phillips, yes, thank you. The consent calendar has been passed with the addition of item F3. Now we're going to move on to D, which is committee communications. And we are going to take the these reports, I look at them as standing reports, even though it doesn't say standing reports on here. We're going to take these as one item. Okay, so, and the first report is Mr. Duffy's.
Yes, and just a reminder that we do all of the standing reports every other meeting. So no, am I wrong there, Mr. Phillips?
So we're doing something different. I just need you to do your report.
Okay, that's why I thought we didn't agendize those others this time. Okay, so if I could have staff pull up my report. Fantastic. All right, so again, Happy New Year to everyone, and welcome back to all of our staff, the many, many hardworking staff who are out there. And just taking a minute to share on this very front page that new family enrollment will begin starting next week on the 19th. So we're really excited for new families to join our district. You know, we know that this is a very uncertain time and we don't 100% know what school will look like in August, but we very much believe in what we do here in the district, whether it's virtual or in person. And we're excited for all of our new students, our new TK students, our new kinders, and everybody else who will be joining the district. So Everything is online. We hope that we've made it as easy as possible for you. And of course, you can always reach out with any questions. Some recent events tonight. We actually, through consent, accepted an early literacy block grant, which will help a number of our schools. And we'll be sharing more information about that coming, but an exciting opportunity to have some more resources to help some of our most needy readers. We are developing a dashboard about safety and the return to school in conjunction with our teachers union. They have a dashboard that they use, and we have started to create a dashboard, and together we will have one and be able to share that with the board. Also, one of the things we're working on are entry procedures to our facilities so that everybody who enters will have to scan in. They'll be asked certain questions about their health and physical contacts over a previous time, and will be handled by our facilities technology system called Facilitron. So we're excited to get that up so we have very clear entry procedures and easy contact tracing. We have asked our community about returning to physical school, and that survey is still open. It's a very short survey. It's on our site. We've sent a number of reminders about it. So please, if you haven't, please let us know what you're thinking around return to physical school and your comfort level with that. Wanted to also acknowledge that COVID cases are spiking within our staff, so that we have seen, through December and now January, increased COVID cases within our staff. So that, ranges from teachers, administrators, classified staff. We are seeing spikes. So we do know the virus is very real. It's growing. It's rising at a steady rate. And so we're seeing that. So we're all trying to stick together, making sure we take care of one another, making sure that everybody is as safe as they possibly can be. I want to really take a moment to thank so many of our staff who helped with our lunch form completion. This is something we started to tell the community and our staff months ago, that we really needed help. We needed help getting these done. We needed more and more hands on deck, and we did it. People found ways to get in touch with families to help them fill these out. And we actually have seen a positive increase in how many lunch forms were completed. And that's actually going to translate into more dollars for us to be able to serve our students who need free and reduced lunch. And then we've gotten some initial positive news in the governor's budget for next year. We'll be attending another budget workshop on Friday where we'll get more news, but it's looking a lot more positive than was anticipated 6-9 months ago. So that will hopefully help us continue to be in a good financial position over the coming year. Looking forward, we are starting to think about the summer, obviously not just the opening of school during this school year, if that were to happen, but really where we're focused on is robust summer offerings for 2021. So as much as we can offer to help all of our students with their learning loss throughout this district, we've put a lot of money aside for summer 2021. And we're looking forward to being able to support as many students as possible, hopefully as many in person as we possibly can, and then online as well. As I mentioned, asking people to continue to finalize the community surveys. There will be a study session on COVID and schools next Wednesday, January 20th. And we're going to do one also on February 3rd. Both start times are 5:30 p.m. to be clear, and the topic is COVID and schools. We'll have a number of experts in the field from the university level, county health, and others to really come and let us know about the state of COVID-19 in our region. We are working with county health to continue to think about immunizations as they are starting. We are hearing that educators may be raised up in the priority level, and we're starting to work with county health about what that might look like aside from just individuals going to their health provider and getting the immunization. So we're really looking forward to that. I think that is a real beacon for us to get to that place of immunization and mass immunization. Next regular board meeting is the January 27th after the study session. And then a reminder again, MLK Day, Monday, lots of celebrations and teaching going on across our district. There is the traditional El Cerrito MLK Day celebration on Monday and other things happening across the community. So that's my report. Thank you. And looking forward to the next one.
Thank you so much, sir. We are, again, taking these reports as one item. So we're going to move on. Yes, sir.
Sorry.
In memoriam.
Yes, I know we're doing that a little bit differently. So maybe if you want to share the why of that, then I'll make sure I pull up the précis, if I can have staff pull up the précis of the in memoriam.
So we do the in memoriam to recognize members of our school community that have passed on. We are doing it a little differently as far as our structure is concerned to try to find ways to help us move through our meeting faster. And because Mr. Duffy is the one that normally does the in memoriam anyway, it just makes sense that the in memoriam is actually part of his report instead of having him speak, then telling him to stop, and then just have him come back and speak again. So we're just moving the space, not taking away or shortening it, just moving the space.
Absolutely. Yep. And we'll try to make sure that that's smooth. So thank you. We've had a few passings recently. We wanted to acknowledge retired administrator, Dr. Debbie LaSalle, passed away. Some of the positions that Dr. LaSalle held include teacher, career supervisor of career opportunities, principal, Lincoln, Olinda, and Sheldon, assistant superintendent of elementary education, assistant superintendent of curriculum and instruction, and pupil personnel services, special education department. Dr. Debbie LaSalle retired from WCCUSD after 30 years of service in 1995. And I will say is also related to current employee in the district. So our thoughts go out to the LaSalle family. Also, Lucrecia Roberts, health assistant and LVN working in special education, passed away last week, and she began working with the district just recently in 2019. And Consuelo Duarte, a former classified employee, also passed away. She worked with the district from 1951 to 1988. A long tenure of service with our district. So we'll do a moment of silence, and our thoughts go out to the family and friends and their loved ones. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. So now we're on to the student reports. Ms. Garcia-Avila.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to start off by saying I was chosen to be the only student representative from my academy, the Multimedia Academy, to present what I learned for my 4 years at this academy through a portfolio to the donors that donate to us. So I'm super excited about that because I worked super hard on my portfolio. And yeah, and I've also been doing a research project for my youth and activism class about discrimination and prejudice on campus. And I'm inviting the board to see my presentation. There's no set date yet, but we'll definitely keep you all updated. So that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Cotton Blake.
All right, thank you. Good evening, WCCUSD family, board members, and Superintendent Duffy. School is back in session, and I have now started my final semester of high school. Since our last meeting, the Office of African American Student Achievement held 7 nights of Kwanzaa from December 26th through January 1st. Now, Kwanzaa is an African American celebration that was created by Dr. Malana Karenga in 1966, which follows 7 principles that are tied to our African roots. Now, I would like to say thank you to everyone who participated in that very important cultural event. Now, I would like to invite everyone to join me on Monday, January 18th, along with the El Cerrito branch of the NAACP in the city of El Cerrito for the Martin Luther King Jr. celebration. This year, due to COVID, we will hold a car parade from Del Norte BART station to the El Cerrito Plaza BART station. The group will gather at 9 o'clock in the Del Norte parking lot. The car parade will travel down San Pablo Avenue beginning at 10, and there will be a brief drive-in rally in the parking lot at 11. Now, if you are interested in attending, please wear a mask and socially distance. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to have served on the West Contra Costa Unified School District School Board. This concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Board members, are there any brief questions? Seeing none. Ms. Hardy, is there any public comment on this item?
We do have one person wishing to speak.
Okay.
Mariela Cuellar, you may unmute.
So this comment is to, the comment could be done for any of the report, because I just want to congratulate the students. Thank you for representing, because I got messed up before because I came in and I thought it was turn to speak public comment. Thank you so much, students, for being there. I also want to comment on Mr. Duffy. I am happy that all the forms for the student lunch were almost all were filled out. I also hope that that money that the student lunches generate can be properly spent on students' needs, especially on the low-income students and the English learners. And I also am very hesitant about reopening the schools. And now that you're saying, Mr. Duffy, that COVID has spiked among the district employees, we really, really need to think about reopening our schools. I'm a parent of 3 daughters, and obviously they want to come back, but safety must be the first priority, being healthy. And I don't think the district or any school, charter or traditional, it's in the conditions to open this year. Thank you.
There are no more public comments on this item.
Thank you so much. We're just going to move on to board discussion. Do any board members have any comments? Seeing none, the item is closed and we're moving on to E1, which is attendance review and next steps. Presentation.
I'll just add while this is coming up, this is going to be presented by 3 different staff members are going to chime in, and we wanted to make sure the board, especially our new board, which is the majority of our board, had a chance to learn a little bit more about what's happening across the district with attendance and distance learning, which is our next presentation. So we hope this is helpful for the trustees and the community in terms of seeing a little bit about how we're doing with attendance during distance learning.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. And just before you start, just operate under the assumption that every board member has read the slides. Thank you.
Correct. So Trustee Phillips, I will begin with the next slide. Tonight, we are discussing a review of our attendance data, our enrollment trends. We'll then end with conferencing and some of the lessons we've learned and the challenges that we're facing in distance learning. Next slide, please. The board, earlier this year, we renewed the contract with Attention to Attendance because we were able to track both engagement and attendance in their software. In addition, they have contracts with many other districts across California. And a couple months ago, the Department of Education was very interested in looking at attendance data across the state. Tony Thurman reached out to A2A to do an analysis of the entire state because we don't get state data until P2, which is in February, to know how attendance is going. So we were able to, with A2A, get live data and look at where we are compared to the rest of the state. And while it doesn't matter where the state is compared to us, what it does do is it helps us on trends and on where we can devote our resources and where we can look if we're not being successful for areas that are successful to try to copy those practices. Next slide. So a couple things were clear as we look at the data. The enrollment decline is universal across the entire state. And so what we're seeing there is that in just their districts, that large drop, for us, it was almost 700 students. The preponderance of our drop, more than half of it, is kindergarten, TK and K. And so we believe many of those, because it is not compulsory, required by law, chose not to come this year, which means they will be coming very likely next year. And it's one of the trends that we really jumped towards as we're planning for 21-22. Not only do we have to deal with learning loss, but we're going to have to deal with the whole group of students that got no education because they weren't enrolled this year that are coming back. Next slide, please. So you can see there the 250. Interestingly, also 7th grade, and that has to do with immunizations, as you'll see with the attendance as well, and 9th grade, the two big transition years, students dropped from the program. And that is something that we saw across the state as well, that you're seeing those as trend areas because the student was going from one school to another and got lost in the COVID model there. Next slide, please. So we believe it's important to look at who is not coming to school. Our largest population is Hispanic. That's obviously a large drop, but percentage-wise, what's much more important is we have a smaller percentage of Black students, but a much larger drop in our enrollment as we're talking about the disproportional impact of COVID. Next slide, please, which I believe is going to transition to what is our data moving forward, and that will be Tracy Logan.
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Wald. Good evening, board and community. So what you see in front of you is a picture of our attendance data through November 13th of this year. So the largest piece of this pie, the green and the blue, represents about 75% of our kids, 3 out of 4 children who have either excellent or satisfactory attendance. The cause for concern in our area of focus here is the red and purple. So our severe chronic students, representing about 2,700 students who've missed, as of the middle of November, 12 or more days. And then the chronic students, about 7% who've missed 6 days. And when we talk about chronic attendance, it's not just unexcused absences. So chronic absence is students who miss 10% or more of the total school days for any reason. And the reason that that's important is because regardless of reason, they're missing instruction, right? They're not in class. So that translates into 3rd graders who aren't able to master reading, 6th graders who are struggling in their schools, and ultimately is an early indicator of dropout. So we pay particular attention to chronic absenteeism. And by grade, this is a breakdown that you can see our rate. So our rate last year, 2019, compared to our rate this year by grade. The far column on the right, you'll notice a negative percentage is actually an improvement in rate. So the areas of focus and areas of concern for us are the 7th through 10th grade. As Tony mentioned earlier, we had a huge increase in 7th grade, and that's largely due to immunizations. The Tdap is required for 7th graders. We made a decision as a district to continue educating kids this year, even though they don't have the immunizations because they are at home, but we do mark them absent. So that shows up in our absence rates. This next slide is a comparison year over year, the last 3 years, for the different kinds of attendance buckets. So again, on the left-hand side, that's where we want kids to be. That's the excellent to satisfactory range. You'll notice in the excellent range, we have an increase, which is what we want to see. So between 2018-19 to 2021, we've increased number of students with excellent attendance. Conversely, on the far right-hand side, on the chronic category, we also have an increase. less of an increase, but an increase nonetheless. So those are the two sort of interesting areas for us to focus. Students, on the one hand, on the left-hand side, seem to be doing well attendance-wise and distance learning. Another subset of kids are really struggling, and that's where we put our energies and our focus. So I'm going to turn it over now to Marin, who's going to talk a little bit about trends, how we stack up to the state, what that means, and what we're doing about it.
Thank you, Tracy. Good evening, board. So as you can see, our chronic rate comparing from November 2019 to 2020 did go up by 0.3, but the overall rate was 1.9. Compared to the state, it's at 11.5. So it means that we have work to do. We were impacted by this unusual year. But some other districts are doing worse than we are. Next slide. Breakdown, you already saw some of this already. Our biggest rate increase was in 7th grade. You see that 33%. When we look at the overall average, that A2A, and as a reminder, not every district uses A2A, but this is a sizable number of other districts. We're pretty much the same. You can see that green line match, except for 7th grade. For us, as Tracy explained, we made the decision to continue supporting students pending immunization, and that affected our rate as well. Next slide. When we look at the chronic rate by ethnicity, the biggest jump was with our Black and African American students. The rate of increase was of 18.7%. You can see that there's been an increase in most of them. You see at the bottom, Native American, Alaskan also went up by 17.5%. As you can see there at the bottom, statewide African American, it has been the group that has had the highest increase overall as well. So in that we are similar to other districts. Thank you. Next slide. And what you see here is a 3-year comparison for every school. It's broken down into 3 slides. You can see that some schools are doing this is an unusual year, so they're doing worse than before, but some schools are doing better. You can see Hannah Ranch, for example, who had a 4.5 chronic rate. This year, as of November, they had a 0.8 rate. So some schools are doing better than other schools. Next slide. You can see here Kennedy going from 33 3 years ago to a slight decrease of 2%, still in the 50s, which is a big problem. King going from 20 to 30. Again, you can see all these on your own. Middle College has never been an issue around chronic absenteeism, so they went from 0.4 to 0 as of this time. And I do want to name that although some of these schools have rates higher, some of the schools are doing incredible work in doing prevention and intervention, and they still may have a higher rate than other schools that are doing not as much work to prevent chronic absenteeism and intervention. So it's every school has its own story. That's what I would want to say. Next slide. So our main intervention is something that we call in the Truancy World conferencing, which is very similar to an SST. This is a conference where you meet with the parent and the child, if appropriate, and a team at the school to better understand what is happening, what are the root causes, and how can we prevent or support the family. This is our #1 intervention. A2A is critical in making us, helping us remember who needs a conference, who's already had a conference and there was no progress, who's pending. And as you can see, since COVID started, we have had an increase in the number of conferences going from 45% to 65%. So there's more work to be done, but the number of conferences has increased in the district. Next slide. This is I think some numbers are missing from this, but this is a breakdown in numbers of letters that are sent. As a reminder, the first quote unquote intervention that we do is to send a letter after 3 truancy events. And again, it could be for any reason that you would consider that the first intervention. The second intervention is 6 truancy events or more. That sends another letter, and it now requires that we meet with a family virtually or over the phone. So you can see here that we've sent, I think the number that's missing there is in the 12,000s, maybe 12,000 letters have been sent out on the larger red square there. Next slide. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Next slide. So truancy prevention, chronic absenteeism prevention, however you want to frame it, it's a team effort. There is a sequence. It begins with our frontline staff, which is our incredible office managers and secretaries and clerks, ensuring that data is accurate in PowerSchool. That requires that they communicate with families on a daily basis to understand why a child was absent and record it correctly. That information then is pulled by A2A on a weekly basis to identify the students that meet our criteria for the first letter and the second letter. And then you can see, as I mentioned on step 3, for those students that have 6 or more truancy events, they are then required to conduct a conference. And the main role of the school is to develop a team to create and to hold those conferences, and again, get to the root cause and understand what can be done to support the family. In addition to that, we send a weekly report of the same data that A2A provides that breaks it down by subgroup. Are they special ed? Are they ELs? Were they truant last year? Are they credit deficient? Are they homeless? Just to give a large picture of who are these students and help the schools even prioritize. Say a school has 50 kids they need to see, and they have 3 of them who are homeless or identified as families in transition. We would argue that those families need to be seen first before others. So this other report that we send complements the A2A report. Next slide. And here's an example from last year of the effectiveness of conference. You see here a cohort of students in their truancy 6 weeks before a conference, and what happened to that same cohort after they had a conference. It is not a solution that fixes everything, but it is a significant change, right? You can see that after conferences, we had a 23.6 improvement rate in attendance. And we believe that the more we get better at doing conferences and doing triage and collaboration, that this number could be higher. So it's just to show you the effectiveness of conferences. Next slide. So our, as I think I mentioned this already, the most important thing that we do at the school site is the conferences, and those are done by the Student Attendance Review Team. Yes, another acronym, the SART. This is the group that precedes the SARB, which is the board, the Student Attendance Review Board, and it's comprised by frontline staff and other key people at the school site, like administrators, for schools that have full service community school directors, our community workers. Each one plays a specific role in getting ready for the conference, and some are actual members of the team. SART members hold conferences with students to develop their intervention plans. And the biggest change that we did was moving from a tradition of doing meetings one-on-one to really pushing schools to have small groups have the conferences. It does 2 things. One, it allows more brains to consider what the solution is for a family, and it prevents, it also elevates the importance, right? Families understand that we're really serious and that we're concerned about the truancy. We want to know what's going on. But there's something that changes. It's the same reason that why teachers do SSTs as a team and not one-on-one. It makes a difference to do it as a group. Admittedly, that creates more work for the schools. It is challenging, but that is what we have to do. And that's what we've been slowly doing since last year before COVID started up till now. Next slide. Our next steps, in my opinion, is to continue focusing on making sure that our conferences, their quality continues to improve. We want to meet with the schools this month that have not had any conferences. So there are schools that have not had any conferences this year. That is part of the truth of, and we want to be very transparent with you. We want to meet with those schools to understand what's going on. Of course, COVID, right? That's what's going on, but we need to move forward and figure out a plan forward for them, because those conferences need to happen. The next group would be to focus on the schools that have the highest chronic rate and begin to develop their plan of intervention for next year. And I think that's the last slide. Let me see. Yep. The rest are supporting additional data that you might want to review to better understand our trends and our patterns. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. It was very informative, and I know I appreciate it. We are going to start with questions from the board. And the first person up tonight is Mr. Christian.
Yes, thank you, President Phillips, and appreciate the presentation. And just sitting here just thinking, is looking at all of the data, but it's, a great alarming rate of the fact, that a lot of the students, seeing the attendance of a lot of the African American students is a high of the fact that a lot of the students are not involved. I guess because we've been in COVID, and it's a lot has transpired. So and I guess to the presenter, you mentioned the outreach. Are we really strongly pushing the outreach to really connect with the those who are missing in action?
You're asking, are we making sure that those families are called, the ones who need to be called,
Yes.
to ensure that we have the conference? Yeah, we every Friday or Monday, I review the report to see who's still pending. And that's part of the work, right? Like I said, some schools are not making those calls and having the conferences. We've also made some changes behind the scenes to make it easy so that frontline staff don't have to make 7 clicks to find all the contact information of a student. And community workers and other folks who are very accustomed to making phone banking have an easier job to do it. But it takes time away from other stuff. And yes, the way I answer that question is by the number of conferences happening. And so we keep closing conferences because we are unable to reach the family. The ideal next step to a board member would be to do a home visit, but that's something that we cannot do at this time.
Right.
But I do want to add, there is one more thing that we're doing. We've had challenges in connecting with our community. We had the lunch form issue that we had to do. We have immunizations that we've had to address. We have engagement for students, data there, and we have attendance. We're now taking all of those different challenges and we're profiling who did we struggle to reach in each one of them, see if there's a commonality, and we're going to create a new set of tiered interventions based on folks that are in 3 or 4 of those criteria. That's going to need a different intervention. It's not working what we're doing. So we're going to try to find another pathway. We're bringing a whole task force together next week to start that process, because one thing we've learned is when you have challenges in 4 areas, let's start finding out which is in which area and create new tiers, just like MTSS. So we are going to continue to find more pathways.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is that it, sir? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Christian. Mrs. Reckler?
Yes, good evening, and thank you for that report, and nice to see Mr. Trujillo. And we've worked together for a long time, and I've seen the progress of, the pedal going down on this. So thank you. There has been an enormous amount of progress and work put into putting this together. So that's great. I have a couple of questions that I'd like followed up later because I don't want to waste time, but I still think they're important. But then I'll just try and get into the meat of it. So I saw our severe chronic absentee rate compared to the state. What I'm really concerned about, though, is more like districts, because in the state, everybody's lumped into there. So either through core data or somewhere else, can we look at districts that are more like us? That doesn't need to get answered now, but I am curious about it. I'm interested in, throw out the kindergarten issue that we know we have, throw out the 7th grade issue that we know we have. What else is going on there and where are kids going? I'm interested to know that. And I'm really concerned about the high school, because when does an absence become a dropout? And I have this, like Kennedy, I'm like shaking. Did these kids leave to support their families? This is like a really critical point in their education. Are they coming back? I mean, like, what is going on with that? Anything we can do to push these kids, over graduation, we have to get them through the door. So I don't know if you have any comments about that, where where kids went? Or
anecdotally, we see a dance between charter schools and public schools. And we also know that we have not been able to reach many of those families that have gone missing. Again, this is where a welfare check / home canvassing, because it's not really a home visit, to knock on the door like we did during the summer would be really useful. That's something that I know we're limited right now, but that's something that would complete this conversation a little bit and help us strategize a little bit better to see where they're going. I think you're onto something about older kids maybe going through economic anxiety and working. I grew up in this community. I've been working since I was 15, so I totally get that. Definitely there are kids who we haven't heard from that historically would be dropped. For me, to answer your question, I wish we could do some home visits to figure it out. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because if they're here and they're working, connecting them with social services, anything to get them back, you know, I mean, this is just a critical period. If we lose them, you know, I mean, it's, you know, deeply concerning to all of us, but really, you know, wow. And specifically for our Black students, what is going on there? And for our white students, I'm guessing that they're tipping over into different school districts possibly, or have they left the area? I mean, I'd like to know all of that. And the reason, you know, what the reasons are that we're having this absentee issue. So do you have anything on
I will say something that wasn't ready for this report, and it's new. Again, you know, moving a culture moving from just having one-to-one conference to a group conference is how do we close a conference? So we did add new tags in the A2A ecosystem to tag what was the root cause. Was it COVID? Was it technology? Was it hardware, which is different than connectivity? Was it? And so we are working and making sure that the schools, when they close a conference, they tag everyone. And that will be another piece of data that won't be anecdotal, will be like the averages of what are we finding as the root cause or causes. People will be able to tag a conference with multiple of those. Again, I just want to reemphasize that it's been tremendous that the groups, schools groups have been able to organize and do the conferences. And for that, we're thankful. And that's step one. And then the next step is let's make sure that we tag them correctly, but we'll take the conference first. You know, we would take those meetings happening first so that we can at least have some type of intervention. But there should be more data in the future to that point, Trustee Reckler.
I do have some board comments. I'm going to hold it for there and let other people go. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mrs. Smith-Foltz.
So I have a couple of questions. The first one is, you said 7th grade has an increase because of immunizations. So what happens when the 7th grader goes to 8th grade? So are they, because 7th grade is 7th grade immunization. Next year, they're going to be in 8th grade. So is that the same requirement? Because it just says 7th grade immunization. So I just want to caution you around wording, because if they have to have it to come in, then that's not grade-based anymore because of COVID. Does that make sense what I'm saying? So that's the first question. Well, that wasn't really a question. Sorry about that. The actual next question that I have is, when we looked at the chronic rates by schools, is the district asking questions? What are you doing correctly? What are you doing right? Are you getting data for best practices? This is happening. You said, Mr. Trujillo, every school has its own story. True, but there has to be some best practices and commonalities that can be transferred from school to school. So that's a question. So are we asking those questions to schools?
We are beginning to ask those questions. Absolutely, you're right, Trustee Smith-Foltz. There are some commonalities. The biggest one is a strong tier 1 process at each school. Are we able to answer the question, did the tier 1 at that site not work for a child? Is that the root cause? Or is it other things outside of our scope of influence, such as mom goes to work and leaves the child on their own, right? Those things, there are some things we can do there aside, but are we addressing tier one? And that work is layered and complex. I'm not making an excuse, just being very transparent with you about calibrating what does quality education look like? How do we ensure that every school has a tier one that is accessible to every child, where a school becomes a magnet, a place that children want to be at? If the school is a place that it's not that, on top of truancy issues, it becomes very complicated to answer the question, but we are going to be looking at those events, and we see some schools that have done a great job of holding conferences, but aren't able to get the families to attend, right? So Helms is a good example of that. Someone that has done incredible work of doing conferences, but have reached out saying, we are doing conferences, but families are still not showing up. What can we do? Again, I repeat, if we could in a better time without COVID, probably a home visit would be the next step. But overall, keep in mind that the journey of ramping up or improving this department started, I'll speak for myself, right before COVID took over. We were just getting ready to focus on this. And so then COVID happened. But the question you're asking is the right question. But it's one that's going to take probably more time, including next year, to really get a handle on.
Okay, so my next question is under where it says attendance sequence. Does every school have a SCAL? And does every school have a care team?
No, not every. I wish every school had a community worker. A majority of, we have over 40 community workers. And I do want to make the point that a community worker plays that role at that site of calling and scheduling. And when there isn't a community worker, historically, someone else does it. It could be the clerk, the office manager. And does every school have a care team? No, not every school. We're working on making sure that every school has one. I would say most schools have some approximation of a care team, but not every school has one in the way that we want to do.
Mr. Trujillo, can I just, for the new board members, the school community outreach workers, they are assigned to schools that have 60% or more unduplicated count of students. So students are either low income, foster youth, or English learners. So that's how we've staffed school community outreach workers, just as an FYI. So you know which schools have them and which don't.
Okay, and then my final question is, you said that you're meeting with schools that have not had the conferences. How many schools fall into that category who have not had conferences yet?
I can answer that, but I would have to stop and look at that. I can put on the text on the chat and see, but I can't answer it right at this moment, but I have the number.
Okay, and then my last question is for Mr. Wold. You said that you are going to have a task force form that's just going to look at these students that are chronically absent. Is that what I heard you say? Like the number of students that fall into multiple categories?
Yeah, what we're looking at now is, because we've had to track down students for multiple different purposes this year, we're going to try to look at do a debrief and determine who did we not reach in each one. Is there a commonality? And then we're going to put the best minds together. Okay, these efforts didn't work. What's the next pathway to reconnect that kid? Because we're losing them on several layers. Or if we're getting them in one layer, but we couldn't get them in this, how did we connect with them that time that isn't working here? So the idea is that there's so many areas where we're having to do outreach for students. We want to try to find out, is there overlap? Is there ways to use one strategy to get a student back in another area? So it's a fact of bringing the group together to determine that pathway, to find the way to bring every single kid back.
And you are ensuring that your task force has the experts in the room. For example, we know that Black students are not present in classes. Your pie charts told me, your bar graphs told me, your data is telling me that Black students are not showing up and are chronically absent. So you are reaching out to OASA, you are reaching out to ASSET, you are reaching out to have these experts in the room on how to create that community communication. Is that correct?
Correct. Through Marin's work, he'll be going right back out to each of those different groups. And that's part of his role, to bring them into this fold. So yes, we'll be bringing everyone in as we get the data.
Thank you, President Phillips. That's all of my questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Gonzalez-Way.
Thank you, President Phillips. And thank you, Mr. Trujillo, Ms. Logan, and Dr. Wolf for that presentation. I have 3 questions, actually 2, because one of my colleagues just asked the question I had about ASAT and OZA and all these partnerships. You kept talking about immunizations in 7th grade. You didn't talk about how many that was, so I wasn't able to compare the data to know. I was wondering how many students fall in that category that you referred to.
Oh, I think it's in the previous slide.
It was? I apologize if I missed it.
Yeah, so we started, as he's looking for the data, we started district-wide with over 1,000 students the first day of school in all grades that didn't have the immunizations. We're still, after the big effort of the immunization drive, the partnership with Safeway, we're still at about 400 that we need to keep working on. We're working to do another immunization drive with Safeway. They're still going to partner with us. And we're continuing to do that outreach to try to get them into that El Cerrito Safeway to get that immunization and work. So it is a challenge to reach certain individuals, and we're going to keep working to get them there.
Okay.
Could I just throw in one little thing there, that we have reached out and continue to reach out to the state and all of our advocates at the state level to ask that be waived, because it's such a difficult time right now, but we've had no movement on that. So we have, we know it's an issue in other districts too. So we are trying to work that angle as well.
Thank you for that. And one of the things that I've heard from our high schools is that attendance is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I'm looking at you, Ms. Logan, attendance is taken in homeroom. And the problem is that homeroom does not provide credit or grades. So there's really no carrot a lot of the time for students to come to homeroom. So how are we mitigating that? And I'm not sure if any of you have thoughts on that. I mean, it sounds like it's a big issue. I wonder what we could do to encourage our students to come to homeroom or to take attendance at a separate time to just double check our data.
Yeah, so I can definitely speak to it is a different and interesting year in that we have 2 measures this year, right? We have attendance, which we are recording in homeroom, and then we have engagement in the other periods. We have seen that trend in some places, particularly in the secondary, less so in elementary, where students will not necessarily attend homeroom, but they attend their classes and they turn in the work. So we are looking at where attendance engagement meet, and really important that the student is engaged in doing the work. So it's kind of a twofold measure. And I think the other piece that we're doing around homeroom is really trying to build up that is a space for connection, a space for community. And so that is a place where students want to be. And so it's not just the stick piece of recording attendance, but it's really the carrot piece of being part of community, being part of school. So we're doing sort of both measures.
So, and I apologize, that made me think of another question, President Phillips. So if you do see a school that is having a wide net between attendance at homeroom and engagement in their classes, what are we doing to help in that situation? Is it on the administrator to go back and talk with teachers specifically about what happened, or is it on the teacher? I just kind of want to learn a little bit more of the process.
Yeah, and Mr. Trujillo, if you want to jump in, feel free. I can definitely speak to what's happening kind of at the school level, which is, it is a school level conversation, and administrators are looking with their teams during staff meetings at that data, looking at trends, what's happening, and really addressing it kind of at either a grade level basis or subject matter basis as they see trends. And I don't know, it looks like Mr. Aurelio, if you want to add into.
Yeah, if I can just add, I know in the next presentation, we're going to be hearing from 2 administrators, so we'll get a real site-based perspective around distance learning, but the secondary administrators have been looking really closely at the engagement data, for example, and working with their teams to try to figure out how to improve on those numbers. I know that there is a challenge I've heard strongly from Greenwood Academy around homeroom, and they have a really hard time having kids come in and check in for homeroom. So we've definitely been trying to partner with them to think through how do we get students engaged in those lessons. We did add curriculum for middle and high school for homeroom, specifically around social emotional learning, to try to make those lessons more engaging.
Okay, thank you very much for that, President Phillips. That was my last question. And President Phillips, you're muted.
There we go. Thank you. So I do not have any questions that I'm going to ask now. I do want to remind folks that we have about an hour and a half left in this meeting, and we have a long way to go. And that's a reminder to staff and to the board. That said, let's move on to public comment.
We have 2 public comments on this item. Mariela Cuellar is our first comment. Ms. Cuellar, you may unmute.
Hello again, my name is Mariela Cuellar. Thank you everybody for giving this information. Thank you, Mr. Trujillo. I really like your presentation. I'm sure that all of you are trying your best to improve a lot of issues that are going on. But I think sometimes there's a lot of excuses because we're in COVID. There's a lot of issues that have been going on for long time before COVID. So I appreciate those conferences that you guys are doing for absentees, but this issue needs to be addressed before having a lot of absences for the students. Parents, we need to, the district needs to communicate better with the parents. I think that's one thing. The learning loss, we will have it for the COVID, for the pandemic, but the learning loss is what's happening before this. This is another layer to the learning loss. I just hope that we can have better communication between the schools with parents, the district with the parents, and we all, the board members and all the administrators can work together to improve these issues. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Zalon Harris. Ms. Harrison, you may unmute.
Good evening, board. I have benefited from some of the lovely things Marin was talking about because I have a daughter that isn't too fond of the school district and the school. But I want to let you guys know, Black parents, a lot of Black parents weren't engaged in the school and the students weren't engaged before the pandemic, like the parents said before. And so it's going to take a bigger effort. And me and Marin talked about this at a DLCAP meeting before the pandemic. But of course, with the pandemic coming, we haven't readjusted things. You guys need to really listen to some of the suggestions the board gave you guys about engaging the parents and really seeing what can we do different? How can we structure things to really engage the people we haven't been able to engage? What are some new strategies, fresh, current? And also another thing we looked at in our SSC meeting at Lake on the test scores, and kindergartners had higher test scores. Why? Because everybody's interested in kindergarten, right? It's exciting. We're going to have to think of things like that to get our high school kids back engaged. They need jobs, so why we can't connect economics to education? Get them back in, get them back engaged. Find something that's going to excite them where learning is included. We got to think different and include parents and looking at what are the hurdles. Is it medical needs? Do we need more medical information? Something that, whatever the need is, like Marin mentioned, really having that ready to offer when we're engaging families. So thank you.
That was our last speaker to submit their request prior to the item.
You know, believe it or not, I actually put it on mute and then began to talk this time. So thank you very much to everyone who called in on public comment. Now we're to the point of board discussion. I know we slipped in some comments in the question part, so let's keep that in mind as we move forward. Mr. Christian, do you have any comments?
No.
Okay. Mrs. Reckler, do you have any comments?
I do. I have a few. I could speak all night, but I'll just keep it brief. First, I'd like to see this again. I'd like to see this come back, whether it comes back in the Friday memo as dashboard of some sort, or we get another update. I'm deeply concerned about this, you know, obviously for all the reasons But I want to get to root cause. So I want to know, like, enrollment decline across California, which I also noted were better than the state by a little bit, by about 0.3%. We're actually better. They lost 2.8, we lost 2.3, so we're actually a little up on that. I want to know, like, are people leaving? Are they going to Texas? Is everybody homeschooling? I mean, I think we really need to understand that. And then we need to know our own reasons. And then I'm also concerned about kindergarten. And even though I understand kindergarten, I was also reading something else in our own literature around demographic study, and kindergarten is a real driver of overall district-wide enrollment. And so we can hope that kids can come back, but if we're proactive now, we should be working with all our community partners, our churches, faith, leaders of faith, Latina Center, wherever. We have kindergarten. Maybe it's not perfect, but we are in the business. Maybe postcards go out. I mean, I don't know what the answer is, but I think that we really need to pay attention to kindergarten. And with that, I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to Mrs. Smith-Foltz, comments.
My only comment is just to have manageable expectations, but start getting something completed. Start making sure something is done, whether it's making sure every school is doing the conferences, making sure every school that can have a SCAL has a SCAL, making sure every school that's supposed to have a care team has a care team. Make sure some things are getting completed, because I think only with accurate data are you able to move to really getting down to some of those questions that you're trying to answer. I think you need to listen to the community. I think that if there's a trend in 7th grade, you need to fix that problem. If the problem is immunizations, you need to work towards having the state waive that. Whatever it is, let's start actually moving to completion of some of these items that you just listed on your slides. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you, President Phillips. My only comment is that, I do see some bright spots in the data when I look at, by the sites, like Downer, like being so low, it's pretty amazing. I want to learn more about what they're doing at that school that has demographics that that we all have concerns about, right? That other schools might be falling through the crack. And whether that conferencing there is successful or not. So Mr. Trujillo, if we'd like maybe in the future when we come back with attendance, I would love to hear like what a successful school is doing, and maybe also like a school that is trying to do everything they can, but they're still struggling, how we can support them in their work. And thank you again for the presentation. It was great.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy. I have a few comments. The schools that are not doing the conferences are not making the calls. I know you said that you are following up with them, but please make sure you're understanding why and that they are being held accountable to actually make those calls. You made a comment about absences where students would be historically dropped. I would like to see some kind of chart that shows if we did what we normally do, if we drop those kids, where would we really be? Because this kind of reminds me of the unemployment rate where, they say it's lower than it really is because the people stop looking for jobs, right? But they never got employed. So I would really like to see, if we did what we normally do, what would the dropout rate actually be? And I have a feeling that the numbers would be a lot higher than what we're actually showing. The third thing is this task force that you are working on. I think you said this is going to be up and running in the next couple of weeks. So if we can get an update, the Friday memo was fine as to what is going on with that task force. And then the next one is lessons learned. I know that we try to give our sites autonomy. And autonomy is good to a certain extent. But the phase of life that we're in right now, if there's a school, like Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy mentioned, Downer, if there's a school that has a population that statistically or stereotypically should be suffering, but they're doing well, we need to take the lessons learned from that school and apply it to other spaces and let people know that that doesn't mean that we want to take away their autonomy. But the most important thing at the end of the day is that the kids are actually attending class. And if another site has the magic formula, not that there's really a magic formula, but we need to use it. So those are my comments. This is not an action item. This is for discussion. So I'm going to close this item out. We're going to move on to the next item, which is E2, distance learning review and next steps. And again, we have about an hour and 15 minutes. I do not want to extend this meeting. So please keep that in mind so we can get through this material.
Yep. This comes up just to move quickly. Again, wanted to give our new board members and of course, Trustee Phillips, as well as the community, just an update on what distance learning looks like. I think many of you do know that, but I think it's worth reviewing again, sort of the core program, what we're doing, how we're doing it. So Mr. Aurelio is going to kick that off.
Thank you, and good evening, board, staff, and community. We are going to try to make this quick so you can get all the information you need. And I'm here, I'm actually joined with a few folks. I want to introduce Gabrielle Micheletti, our Director of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment. This is his first foray in front of you all, so I want to make sure he has an opportunity to speak to you. And I'm going to move us along on this slide. So I want to really acknowledge and thank all the employees, our teachers, our administrators, everyone who makes distance learning possible. We started the year on time, and that was a big deal. A lot of our neighboring districts did not have agreements in place to get school open in a way that was functional, and we did. And so I want to really acknowledge that it took a lot of work from everyone involved to really get a program up and running at all our schools so students have had access to education day one. So it's really important we name that. There was a few elements of our program that I want to just really point out that we made efforts to do things like have English learner ELD blocks in every school, in every schedule. That was a key component. We included elements like office hours, so our teachers could meet in small groups with students and reach out to families and students. We have a family outreach time frame, and you're going to hear more about that later with a couple of our site administrators who are going to give you some elements. So I'm going to turn it over to Gabrielle Micheletti. He's going to give you a little rundown on this presentation. He will introduce our other speakers, and we will come back towards the end for questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Aurelio. Good evening. This is a hard time for everyone. We have educators doing amazing work and wonderful students showing up for the learning, but it's hard. We are reinventing how we support our students every day. One way we are supporting our schools, both for distance learning and beyond, is with our principal intervention leads. These are new stipended positions for an elementary and secondary lead for improving our first instruction and interventions. We invited them here to tell us firsthand how they are addressing instruction, scheduling, student supports, and using data to drive planning at their schools. Allison Everett from Chavez is the elementary intervention lead. Summer Sigler from De Anza is our high school intervention lead. Ms. Everett, I will pass it to you and then you to Ms. Sigler. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, board, for your time. I'm really excited to share with you some of the wonderful things we're doing at Chavez Elementary. I'd like to start by sharing our instructional focus. So we started this school year with a commitment to an acceleration approach to math instruction. This summer, our instructional leadership team sat down with community of practice, other sites, and really dug into our math curriculum and figured out where remediation might be needed during this school year. And so the opposition would have probably been spending the first month or even longer on the previous grade levels content or skill building, and then not getting grade level in front of students quick enough. So this has really made great opportunities to get kids to grade level as quickly as possible. An additional instructional focus is really fully implementing Teachers College during distance learning, and our teachers have been just incredibly creative and smart about how to do that in this new setting. We're also continuing to focus on using data to drive instruction. So we dedicate one of our collaborations each Friday to look at student data and figure out how we can best support their learning. Each trimester, we've had a different instructional theme, and these have been based on our classroom observation data. So we noticed early in the year that we needed to really focus on participation protocols to increase student engagement. So we spent the whole first trimester really working on those with our teachers. This trimester, our focus is on academic ownership and really getting students to do the heavy lift in the classroom and to support deeper learning. And then of course, next trimester will be based on what we're seeing in classrooms these next few weeks. This is an example of a really creative and well thought out schedule from one of our second grade teachers. She made sure that each block, she aligns her objective to the student task to the exit ticket or the evidence of learning for that day. She's done a really great job, again, just making sure that grade level content is in front of kids, along with support to make sure that they're able to reach that through different small groups and office hours and different forms of scaffolding. One of the challenges that we're facing along with, I'm sure, every site this year is really just trying to fit a 5-day curriculum into a 4-day instructional week. It's been challenging to keep up and help kids stay up, and then of course having to cut some things that we would rather not, but have had to. You know, we definitely appreciate the Friday professional development time, and we've gotten so much out of it, but it has meant cutting some of the pacing, instructional, some of the curriculum. So these are both examples of student work. The top one is from a digital student notebook. And so most of my teachers have, of course, created online notebooks for kids. And this has helped them for teachers to see in real time what students are writing and to provide them with feedback. And a big part of our Teachers College curriculum is conferring with students and providing feedback. And so they've taken it into this digital space, and it's been really, I think, fun for kids and informative for teachers. The bottom is data from some of our sixth grade team, and they do a daily exit ticket with their math block, so they can really see how kids master the content and what they need to modify for the next day to support student learning. We've also been as intentional as possible this year at revising our MTSS systems to make them work for distance learning. So the left is our digital data wall. This used to be literally on paper cards in my office, and I'd meet with teachers regularly and we look at how kids are doing, but of course we can't do that this year. So we've moved it online, and we'll track students throughout the year and make sure they are meeting different benchmarks in STAR Math and STAR Reading, and also writing. The right is part of our data-driven instruction. So we've been using the quadrant model each trimester to see if students are at grade level and advancing, or at grade level and declining, or below grade level and advancing, or below grade level and declining. And so that's helped us to group students and figure out how to best support them. It's also helped teachers to really understand, is their instruction working? Are students advancing, or do we need to change things throughout the year to best support our kids? Another component of MTSS is really making sure that Tier 1 instruction is the best that it can possibly be. So we've also revised much of our observation and feedback processes to work in the digital space. And so each week, one of our admin, I have a fantastic vice principal and an amazing math coach, and myself, one of us visit each each teacher gets a visit from one of us each week and some sort of feedback either in a Zoom meeting or through a tracker that we keep. And so this has helped to continue to support teachers in their growth and also given us a real pulse of what's happening in the classroom. So thank you. I'd like to introduce Summerlin Sigler, principal at De Anza High School.
Thank you so much, Principal Sigler, for the presentation. We're going to move on to board questions, and we're starting with Mr. Christian.
President
Phillips, I think that
there's still more pieces of this presentation.
So you guys have 5 minutes to finish the presentation. I'm sorry, but you have 5 minutes.
All right, let's try to get it done.
All right, good evening, board. Nice to see you this evening. I just wanted to give the high school lens on what's going on with De Anza. And so we really started this year and planned not knowing if we would be in distance learning. And our goals were really to expand performance assessment and use public learning as a tool with students and staff to really help enhance our performance assessments. And thank you to the board members who actually came and supported our 9th graders in their research fair last week. We can go to the next slide. In order to try and make this happen, we took a lot of feedback from students last year, and their biggest challenge was navigating 7 classes. And when we suggested to the students that, you know, they'd take all their classes more independently in college, they reminded us that in college they'd have 3 or 4 classes at a time. So we did split our schedule to do our year-long courses in a semester, which is new for us, but I think is supporting the students and was based on their asks. So if we look back at Q1, 730 of our 1,380 students made the honor roll. So that's actually a record. It's never been that high before. And so we do know that there is good work happening in distance learning. However, if we look, the graph is our Q1 grades data. And if we're honest, there is still an achievement gap within the school. And I think this mirrors all of the other data that the board has seen this evening. And this is something that as a staff, we are looking at constantly and pushing ourselves to really dig into. One of our new strategies has been where we're struggling a little bit is I've listed a ton of types of data on the screen, and normally those all exist pretty simultaneously. And what doesn't exist right now is our observational data from student stories. When a teacher can't stand at the door and observe body language walking into a room or have a kid quickly and privately tell them something, it becomes a real challenge to intervene. And so one of the things we're working at is really using this big picture data like grades and digging into student work to try and set up really explicit times or small groups for students to be able to tell us what's going on to enhance our intervention. We do have a functioning care team, and we continue to hold our student success teams, IEP, and 504 meetings. And we're excited that in this upcoming semester, we have an 8th period that is free for students, more or less. And so what we're using it for is to create cohorts of students who failed first semester work to work in small groups with students to demonstrate mastery without retaking the entire course. And the priority for this pilot is our ELD and African American students.
So I do have 2 members from special education. I'm going to ask that they take 2 quick minutes to go through this piece.
Okay, good evening, folks. So we just want to talk to you really quickly about how practice looks in special ed right now, particularly with evaluations. So before we talk about that, just wanted to let you know that we as a department have worked very hard to look into research, to look into our colleagues around the area and the region to see what practice looks like. We've also increased collaboration within our departments. For example, in the psychology department, we are holding every Monday and Thursday opportunities for folks to drop in and talk about cases to figure out, is there anything they need to do, just because things are a little bit different right now. Next slide.
Hi, and we're also developing new digital tools to help us with assessing students. These are virtual administration tools so that we can measure cognitive and skills with students. We've switched from paper to electronic tools to gather data, which are more efficient and allow us to be paperless. Next slide.
And so we also want to emphasize what we've already been doing, because much of our practice still applies within the context of distance learning. So things like clinical interviews, things like observations, we can still do those things in this context. And what's important is we always have to remember that there is disproportionality of Black and Brown students and English language learners. And so we want to be very thoughtful about the context by which our students are coming to us and the evaluations we're doing for them.
And special education staff is also participating in the greater system of student support that includes general education and special education. We're participating on the CARE, COS, and SST meetings. We're consulting with general education staff to identify strategies that are going to increase student achievement, and we're making sure we are using best practices to continue reducing disproportionality and identification of students.
And I just want to say thank you to John Zavala and Julie Hart. They are special education instructors in our district. And I'm going to end us here. We are just, the last couple slides are about professional learning and next steps, but we'll take questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Christian, do you have any questions?
Yes. The question that thank you, President Phillips. The question that I have is, this model, is it only just at De Anza High School, or is it at other schools as well?
Doing the semester in a year or our credit recovery?
I guess I would say, as far as in the distance learning, something that, I mean, is this a practice? Is this a practice for all the schools or just only one particular school?
So I can answer that, Trustee Christian. So every single school is doing the distance learning model. We're sharing just these two examples, one a high school with De Anza and one with Chavez, our elementary, but the models are extremely similar across our schools. Some of our high schools have slightly different schedules, but it is all distance learning. And I know that Principal Sigler is working with her colleagues, and they're really looking at the interventions that they're going to be doing for second semester, including credit recovery. That is something we are really taking a hard look at and to improve on.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mrs. Reckler.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for the presentation and for the work. I would love being at Chavez. It's so organized. It would set my heart on fire. So thank you. I could talk about this all night, but I do just really have two questions. One is, and I think De Anza basically answered it, but for everybody else, is there something that you started at the beginning of the year that wasn't working and you changed? And I'd like to know how you changed it. And the second thing is, what do you plan to keep going forward? And I also want to thank De Anza for the invitation to the research fair. I had a great time. It was so fun. So thanks.
So do the principals want to answer about what's changed potentially in the practice that you've noticed?
One thing that we're going to change a little bit is how we do our data-driven instruction. So I mentioned we've been using the quadrant model, and that's really great for looking at the bigger picture data. But moving forward, we're going to try a system of student work analysis. So really having teachers bring in their digital journals and exit tickets and digging into what each student is doing and how to support them more individually. And then we hope to keep a lot of these systems. We've really been able to focus on instruction a lot in this model. And so really hope to keep that moving forward.
And if I can add, Trustee Reckler, one thing I've heard throughout from a number of schools is the amount of collaboration we're seeing among teachers and administrators has really been tremendous. That's something we want to continue to do and build off of. This environment with Zoom has actually given us an advantage in that process. And I didn't get to it, but the adult learning that has occurred in this district has been tremendous. We've dedicated a lot of time and energy into making everyone from the custodian to the gardener to our teachers really involved in the education. We're all educators in this district, not just teachers and not just administrators. And that's really been something we want to keep and move forward.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mrs. Smith-Foltz.
Thank
Any
you
questions?
so much. Yes, I do have a couple of questions. My first question is, what matrix are we using to determine if it's working? Is homeroom working? Is our office hours working? Are collaborations working? Like, what's the matrix that we're saying, yes, we have it, and yes, it's working? The second question is, how are we supporting teachers to give them the time and the resources to be able to put it into their lesson planning and their alignment, like we saw at Chavez? As a former teacher, that's a lot of work. Doing the what you presented to us with the alignment, with the lesson, and with the exit ticket, that's a lot of work. And it's a lot of work that we're doing via Zoom, which is a little different than doing it standing in the classroom, where you can have that ebb and flow and you can use the flexibility of just your expertise of being a teacher. So where are we building in that time and space for our teachers, to the time, space, and resources for them to be able to become masters at this practice? And then the last thing is, how many people are utilizing the drop-in with the colleagues? Mr. John talked about that, being able to have the colleagues drop in together. I just want to know how many people are utilizing that. And I heard with both principals, and this is a question for the district, how are we helping all our principals and our sites with the resources that I heard at De Anza and at Chavez? Vice principals, coaches, time, etc. And that's it for now. Thank you.
I'm going to try to remember all 4 questions, Trustee Smith-Foltz. And staff, please help me if I miss one. The collaboration, one thing that, and I'm going to say, we've heard some comments earlier, teachers are exhausted. It's a very exhausting thing to do this work. But we start our day at 10 a.m. with students, and that's purposeful. We did that and we built the schedule that way so teachers had some time every single day to do prep and to plan for their students. So that's something that's really critical that we have built into the schedule. And now I have lost the other 3 questions in my head. I'm looking to my team.
The other questions were just about the matrix. How do we know it's working? How do we know that homeroom's working? How do we know that office hours are working? And I just want to make sure that I caution everyone, this is still a question, but just because we start at 10 o'clock, teachers have kids, they have husbands, they have cats, they have dogs, they have fiancés, so even though we start at 10 o'clock, it's not like we roll out of bed at like 7 o'clock, like, whoa, I can do lesson plan now. You still busy. So we still need to build inside the day time for teachers to collaborate, inside the day time for teachers to work on these lessons and to have the flexibility.
So
my other question was about matrix.
Yeah, so the measures and obviously I'm gonna name that data is different this year. We know that the data is different. It's not the traditional sense of how we used to come and bring all these test scores and really analyze. We are looking at data quite differently. So we heard about attendance earlier. That is one measure, our kids showing up online. Are they engaged when they show up? That's the other metric that we have. And I know De Anza, for example, has done a lot of work around looking at engagement data. The other factor for our secondary is grades. We are looking at the grades. We put a lot of energy into grading for equity. We've had 3 series where we're training our staff to look at how we evaluate our students. So that's one factor. We are still giving some traditional tests. We do STAR reading, we do STAR math. We have the second round of that assessment opening within this month. So we will have comparative data from fall to winter. And that's going to be helpful for us to see what progress students are making. Mr. Chilcott, any other pieces I missed there as far as our matrix?
No, in terms of the assessment, I think that I mean, you covered that well. And then just to add to that, that there are ongoing collaborations, because you brought up how we're supporting leaders as well. So for instance, the high school principals called for us to talk about grading for equity and how to grade for mastery moving forward. So we're meeting on Friday. Same with middle school, and there's ongoing series of collaborations trying to push that work forward and really operationalize some of the learning that Mr. Aurelio was speaking about.
And I think what the other question you had was around, I want to say office hours. Was it related to how we're checking in with families or students?
It's all related to how do we know it's working. I just want to make sure that we're not keeping something or needing something and we don't know because we're not taking the time to say, is it working? Is this accomplishing the goal that we set out for it to accomplish? So it's all kind of built in there together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Trustee Smith-Folds. We're going to go on to Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy. And please, everybody, and I'm not singling one person out, we are supposed to be asking questions now. And we're getting, I'm just being honest, kind of sloppy. So let's do what we're supposed to do so we can get through our meetings efficiently, and decently, and in order, okay? So we're on questions now. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you. I only have one question. It's for the two special education teachers to present it. Thank you for being here and for presenting, and same with Ms. Siegler and Ms. Ever. I appreciate you being here. The question is, anything that you think that as a district we could be doing differently to support special education teachers and our special education population? I know it's a huge question to ask very quickly, and you can follow up if you like outside of this meeting, but anything that comes to mind that you think that we could be doing that we haven't thought about and hasn't been brought up?
I don't have an immediate answer for you, Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy, but what I would say about that, maybe that's a conversation for after, but what I would say is I think there is good collaboration with our new leadership. And so we have two-way communication about what's working, what's not working. And so it's a tough time. We're all trying to make the best of it, and we're all trying to support our families the best we can. So I think we're just trying to roll with the punches and you know, and go from there. Do you want to add anything, Ms. Hart?
I think that is a larger question, so we might have to get back to you later too, but I think we've learned a lot of new things. I mean, we have learned all these new digital tools. Special education teachers are adapting their curriculum to be online. I've seen really good student engagement in those small groups. So I think we've done a really good job of all of a sudden shifting everything online to support our, most struggling students.
If I can just add one more thing, I think it's really interesting too. We're both psychologists. I work with at Grant, and I have about 5 teachers I work with there. Some of our students are actually doing better in distance learning. There's something about the format that functions better for them. Maybe it's like the ability to pause screens. So I think we always we're thinking about what's not working, but for some people it's working.
Thank you both. That's it, Mr. President Phillips.
Thank you very much, sir. I don't have any questions. We're going to go on to public comment now.
We have 3 public comments on this item. Mariela Cuellar is our first comment. Ms. Cuellar, you may unmute.
Hello, my name is Mariela Cuellar. I'm a parent at Richmond High School. Thank you, everybody, for your presentation. I just want to appreciate all my daughter's teacher. I know we're going through a lot. Thank you so much. I always come to meetings to learn, and not only now that it's, we're going through this pandemic, but before, I try my best to be involved in my daughter's education. I just need the distant learning. And when we go through the distant learning, it's a lot going on that it's going well, but also a lot of things that we know that are not going well. And I want to focus on the things that are going well. My daughter has 3 classes this past semester, and she did really, really well. This coming semester, she will have 4. We'll see how they go. She's an English learner. So my goal is for her to reclassify because she hasn't been reclassified. And that's something that we're working on because it's a team effort. She has to put her best effort to pass the LPAC. So there's a lot going on academically, emotionally. So I just want the district to really focus on the most need students, and that to put the resources, the time, and the communication with us, the parents, we need to work together. Thank you.
Ms. Harrison, Zalon Harrison, you are our next speaker. Ms. Harrison, you may unmute.
Hello. One thing I think that y'all didn't think about, and Trustee Demetrio mentioned, is he didn't mention, but one thing you could think about different. He said, think about things. Is that the parents? Where's the parents in this? We're sitting at home with these kids all day. Right the week before Christmas break, we had a good week. And you know why? I wrote down what I had to do with my daughter with the IEP and how I had to assist her. And the educator said that she had a good week. But I did a lot of work too. And that's not brought up with the parents. And I talk to parents that have to stay home. When their kids are doing well, that's parents doing that triangle part too. So it's not just the educators, it's not just the student. There's another piece that goes to that I don't think we mentioned and that needs a lot of support. With everybody else going through this. So thank you. That's all.
Zelita Harris is our next speaker. I'm sorry, Zelita Hunter is our next speaker. Ms. Hunter, you may unmute.
Hello, my name is Zelita Hunter. As you all know, I just want to address the attendance presentation and also this presentation and ask if we're thinking about, I heard there is a decrease in African-American enrollment, but an increase in truancy. I don't think those two are separate. I know that we know there's an issue with support for African-American students. So this is a cyclical thing that we need to look at. I also want to invite those who did the attendance presentation, also Mr. Chilcott, to come to an ASAP meeting and have this conversation with our parents. I think that would be an excellent opportunity for you to speak with them, and we can talk about what can be some remedies or things that we can do in order to improve academic success for African-American students, and also to address the truancy problem. I will say as a teacher that I always sympathize with my teachers during this time, and we have a terrific burden to bear. I can also say that for my son, even though as they talk about this mandate for homeroom attendance, there is also an increase in teachers doing asynchronous work. And I'm really concerned about that because our kids need that engagement. I know we're tired, but we can't mandate them to do one thing for engagement and then cut them off in another. So I would love to have you come and talk with ASAP parents and our team about how we can assist you.
President Phillips, while I was calling the first speaker, one more speaker put up their hand.
Due to the lateness of the hour, someone who did not have their hand up when the public comment started, we're not going to be able to call on them at this point, and I apologize to whoever that is.
Then that is the end of public comments on this item.
Thank you so much. We're moving on to board discussion. This is not an action item, but is there any discussion? Do any board members have any discussion on this item? Okay, seeing no discussion, thank you very much for this presentation, and we're going to move on to the next item. We have about 45 minutes. The next item is E3 program offerings for 21-22 presentation, and I'm going to, this is extremely important, and I don't want us to have to rush through this, but there's give and take. I do want whoever presents this to realize and assume that the board has read the presentation. Please do not read every slide. We read it. Okay, thank you very much. Presentation, please.
All right, well, I will be the presenter, not reading every slide. And I think that'll be new for us too. So let's just make sure, board, lets us have some feedback about what's working and what's not working. We can go to the next slide. So we just wanted to give the board a quick heads up about some things we're planning for the 21-22 school year. While we're trying to figure out return to school, while we're trying to figure out the summer, we still have next year to plan. And we're hoping, really hoping that school does look somewhat normal by the time we get to late August next year when we open. So these slides, we can skip through them. They show our attendance. They give you some background about where our students live, the different high school enrollments. This is really trying to set the stage for, let's stop there for a quick sec. It's trying to set this right there on the configuration, set the stage for who we are and what we might need. You see what we look like in terms of K5, K6, K8, 6-8, 7-8, 7-12, 9-12, 11-12. So we have a number of different configurations. We can go ahead. You all know that we have a lot of different specialized program offerings across our district. We continue to try to push forward to make sure those are advertised as best they can. And of course, we're sharing this with you tonight because we are moving into registration, not just for new enrollees, but for intra-district transfers, which start in a few weeks, as people may not want to go to their home school, but there may be something else in another school that really interests them. We can go to the next slide. This slide shows all of the pathways, the college and career pathways that we have in our high schools that cater to the many industry and industry sectors that exist. Mandarin is a great highlight of something that we tried, we opened, we built on the momentum of a group of families, and we've seen great success. So we really believe that we can offer more, we can do more. And so I'm going to share a couple of offerings for 21-22. We can move on. So one of the biggest things that we're going to do next year is offer a fully virtual school. And that's not necessarily because we believe the pandemic is going to cause us to be in a virtual space, but because we believe so many families have now had an experience with virtual that they have seen as beneficial and want to continue with that. We know there was demand for that beforehand because of families talking about it. We even saw a charter come in and try to start a virtual school. So we're excited to open that. So if families decide this is what I want, we want our kids to be full virtual next year, we will have that. We're really excited. It will be promoted over the coming month so that families who want to go there can sign up and we can start to understand what the demand is for that. So that's exciting. Let's go to our next one.
Is Mr. Duffy frozen? So I'm going to jump in, or do you want to jump in, Tony?
Yeah, I'll jump in real quick.
Okay.
So until he comes back, when we look at programs, there's two ways of creating a program. The first way is you embed it right in a school, and it's a program just like our current academies. The second way is where you create what's called an add-on that operates both within the school day and extends the school day. The add-on model allows for students to maintain enrollment at one school and still participate in a program at a second school as you go. So for example, you might have an add-on at one of our high schools and they can move. They do the first 4 periods at their home school and come in the afternoon for that program. Are you back, Mr. Duffy? He's
still
not,
frozen.
so I'm going to let Mr. Aurelio.
I'll summarize quickly. So one of the add-on programs we're hoping to get direction from the board on is to establish an academy for visual and performing arts. And obviously we're looking at coupling that with one of our high schools or programs, looking at the Kettering families of schools as a potential landing spot for a program like that that serves not just the students in that area, but it would be open to all students in the district. Mr. Duffy, are you back?
I hope I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You want me to finish this one?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so this just shows some examples of what we're talking about when we build out an Academy of Visual and Performing Arts. Obviously, it would be a phased-in approach. We're not going to start with everything day one. We would be building. What's really key and important is that we really want to establish these arts that show both in front of the camera and behind the camera. So not only the students who perform or make the art, but the students who actually support that work behind the scenes, because that's also very important. So that would be the next steps. We know that if we get the direction from the board, we'd be looking immediately to find an academy lead. Someone has to really champion this work and work with our schools to develop this program. It's an aggressive timeline. We'd like to be able to have it available for 21-22, even if it's a small version of this program. And Mr. Wold wants me to remind you that there's carryover funding. So eventually it pays for itself as increased enrollment would come in. Mr. Duffy still there? Do you want to take this one, Mr. Duffy?
Sure. We've been talking for a while about, we've used the term trade school, but we'd like to use the term future technologies pathway, a pathway that really focuses on continued skill development in high demand industry sectors. So we really want to take the year to plan that well and get that ready for the following. You could see some of the industries that might be represented in the future technologies pathway. We of course have the future technologies embedded in pathways all through the district, but this is sort of advanced industry here that we are excited to potentially build out. We can go to the next one. And then just some other places we're going to continue to explore, like we mentioned, the top two. We want to keep looking at what we can do outside. We've had some early talks about an Afrocentric model school, additional career pathways. We want to continue to look at our school configurations, especially in the middle school, that's just 7-8. Want to continue to build out IB. We're going to see that be built out at Pinole Middle, and the Mandarin school is becoming an IB school as well. And we're going to look at all of our bilingual programs to make sure we've got the right sizing. So there's a lot to do. I think the big takeaways for next year are really knowing we are planning now. We are going to do virtual. We are going to explore, more performing arts and arts as much as we can. Obviously, we know we've got to get back to school, and then continue to look at all the other options we may be able to provide. We know we can only lift so many things and get them done, but I think you get a sense of what we're trying to do, what our priorities are. We'll just leave it there for now.
Thank you so much, sir, for this presentation. Now, we have about 34 minutes left, so we're going to move on to questions. There's one more item, which is 4, if we can get to it. I would like us to, because all of these items, and especially this one, it's about program offerings for children, which is great, but these are also items that will increase revenue to the district. And that's not something that Dr. Wold said. But this Mandarin is increasing revenue to the district because it is an attractive program. Everybody knows that we need money. And so there are great offerings that we could put up for our families. I'm going to leave it at that. But these next 2 items are about this item, and the next one are about money. So questions. The first is Mr. Christian.
Yes, thank you, President Phillips. Thank you for the staff for the presentation that was presented. And that just the idea, this is the area that we should be going in. And the question I have, so, based on all what's being said, so we're looking at what, next school year to get this going?
Yes, we're looking at the virtual school for sure to be fully functional in 21-22. We would like to do something with the arts, even if it's small, to get it started. It's somewhere within the Kennedy family, because that's a place that we know we have lost some enrollment. And then working through next year, much more around the future technologies to be ready for the following.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much, sir. Next, we're going to go to Mrs. Reckler.
So I have pages of questions, and based on the time, I'm just going to halt and make a board comment.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is Mrs. Smith-Folds.
I'm with Ms. Reckler. I have a lot of questions, but I do have one that you could probably answer now. Are you working with the unions for paid internships for students who are going to do the future technology school? Do you know what I think I got that
So
right?
all of our pathways have internship components. So whatever whatever pathway you're in, we try to build as many industry internships. It's a place actually we continue to try to grow and need support. But yes, that's always meant to be a component of anything tied to industry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you. I don't have any questions, just comments.
Thank you very much, sir. I don't have any questions either. We're going to move on to public comment.
We have 2 public comments on this item.
And I just want to remind people before they start this on the item, not general comments. So thank you.
Mariela Cuellar is our first speaker. Ms. Cuellar, you may unmute.
Mariela Cuellar, thank you for the presentation. I have a lot of questions and there's a lot of projects for the future, and I just want to understand if we're having a new superintendent, how these projects are gonna stay and try to, and who's gonna make sure that they are gonna be a reality. I know, Mr. Duffy, you're leaving. Thank you so much in advance for your time and dedication and commitment. But I have a lot of concerns. The projects, they sound amazing. They look amazing on paper, but I just wanna try to understand that they're gonna be pilots, they're gonna become a reality. And I just hope that the following year it's much better and we come, physically to school, but it depends on time and given the situation. But please make sure that all of these projects are follow up. Thank you.
Asada Wilson is our last speaker on this item. Mr. Wilson, you may unmute.
Hello, good evening again. This is Sada Wilson. I just want to say right here, there's a lot of missed opportunity for educator voice. I wanted to speak on the distance learning piece from an educator point of view, and also this performing arts support. I understand I was a performing arts teacher. I've been teaching performing arts for several years here, but where is the evidence that the district is going to fully support performing arts? We had a performing arts academy at Richmond High, and there was very little support from the district during my time there. We need to work on getting performing arts into our elementary schools and middle schools as well to get kids excited about performing arts. By the time they get to high school, there may not be any interest, and then that's where we have a lot of pushback. So I just want to put this out there as well. But again, what I'm feeling this evening is that we're eliminating teacher voice, and therefore the further you keep pushing us back into the corner, limiting our voice, this is not going to help the situation for us to become a better district and to be better educators to serve our community, to serve our students. So I would really appreciate if you would rethink and allowing more educators speak their piece in these board meetings, because the school district is part of the educators as well. So we go back and forth. So at this point, that's my piece. Thank you for your time and have a good evening.
That was our last public comment on this item.
Thank you very much for everyone who called in and gave public comment. And just in case anybody is curious, teachers are allowed to call in and give public comment, just like everybody else. So I'm not sure what that's about. But moving on to discussion, and I just want to frame the discussion because staff is asking for direction. So as you make your comments, they're really asking for direction on 3 items. And those 3 items are the virtual academy, the VAPA Academy, and the Future Technologies Academy. And the Future Technologies Academy is supposed to be built out over a year. So I just want to frame that. And when you make your discussion, please be responsive to that particular thing, because that's what they need to hear. So that said, Mr. Christian.
Yes, thank you, President Phillips. Only thing I want to just add to this is for the discussion is this is a good start, and it's innovative, and which it would be welcome at Kennedy or any other schools in the area. But yeah, but this is a great start, and it's good, and that's pretty much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Christian. Mrs. Reckler.
Thank you. So I opened this board agenda and I literally welled up with tears. I was like, I got my holiday present in January. I couldn't be more excited to read it. It was just marvelous. So thank you. But I am going to recommend that, everybody here has a lot of questions. I have a ton of questions and I don't even know the answer to this, but I'd like to see a business plan for each of these concepts. So I want to see a written plan. I want to know who, what, when, where, why, and how. I want to understand your marketing. I want to understand your build out. I want to understand your facilities. I want to understand transportation. If kids are going from one school to another, how do they plan to get there? I want to understand how you're picking your tech pathways, what data you're using to pick those, what you're going to specialize in, philanthropy, community support. We have tons of people here that would love, we got people out here that would love to give you some feedback on this. I want to refresh your demand data. I know that there were a number of surveys done. Is this still current? Do people still have an interest in this? And so that's the kind of data I'd like to see. And if you're looking for a model, I mean, maybe pick up like a charter school petition, all right? So you need to prove all that, right, in the petition. You need to have families sign on. Yes, I want to enroll my kid, so that we have a better idea of what the structure is and we understand the future. And then we can ask, a number of intelligent questions instead of, me having 700 pages of questions. I can vet your plan, is what I would recommend. I mean, in my gut, do I think an online school, a visual performing arts school, and future tech pathways are great ideas? They're fantastic ideas, but I'd like to see more in a more concrete written fashion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Reckler. Just a quick comment. These schools have to be designed still. So if we give them direction to do any school, right, they're not going to design the school before we give them direction to move forward. So some of the things that you're asking for, Trustee Reckler, actually would come after they get the direction, if they get it. So just putting that out there.
So in that list, though, there might be a hotter idea, and we don't know that because we don't have any data. So,
okay.
I feel like there's some more that needs to get done that says we know for a fact that these are the top 3. This is how we're going to do them. Does that help at all?
I hear you. I hear you. Mrs. Smith-Folds.
So I know you're in the phase of designing these 3 schools. Do not design these 3 schools without teacher input, because you can design the best, but if you don't have someone who's going to implement the best, then you are just, it's a zero-sum game. You're not going to get what you need or what you want. Same thing with parent investment. So I think that if you're thinking through this, make sure that you're thinking out loud and it's not living in your head, because there are things that teachers are going to bring to the table. There are things that parents can bring to the table that you may not know. Virtual school is amazing. What does it look like for the teacher? Virtual school is amazing. What does it look like for the parent? The art school is amazing. What does it look like for a parent who lives in Hercules that wants their child to go to the art school? Is my kid going to get back in time? Am I going to have to pick them up from the school, from the bus stop? What does that look like? So when you're designing, make sure that you're designing out loud so we can measure twice and cut once, because I don't want it to go and then it goes away because it's unsustainable. And then at the same time, if you're having something for a year, what does it look like with our teaching staff? Do they get to go back to their school that they were at after that year? There's things that you have to start talking out loud about. So that's my comment. Make sure that you get out of your head, get into the conversation, make sure it's transparent, and please bring the experts to the table. Our teachers, our parents, our staffing, do it out loud and in front. Thank you.
Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy is next, I believe.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Duffy, for bringing this forward. I mean, I'm so excited that we're heading in this direction. So you can tell how I feel about it. Like my fellow trustees have said, I think it's a great opportunity for our district to start new programs and be competitive. So yes, and whether it's next year or the following, I really would love to see an educational academy and an increase in our ethnic studies, right? I think that it would go hand in hand with new programs. I think all of them are great ideas, but I think that we're also hungry for teachers. And if we could grow them in-house, it could be amazing. I know Richmond High had already started that work, and not to go into too far detail in there, but maybe the Academy Committee led by Chair Smith Folds can get updates on these schools and potentially on other programs. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And my 2 cents is that I do support the staff moving forward with these 3 new concepts. And I just want to pull out what Trustee Smith Fold said. As you move forward with the design, please make sure that you are including the people who are going to work there and the ideas that they have. Again, this is a collaboration, so it doesn't mean that everybody gets everything that they're asking for, but do make sure that they're part of the process. And I'm talking about staff that is, not at the cabinet level, like Mr. Acedo called in earlier and said he's been a performing arts teacher for years. So Mr. Duffy, staff, you have your direction. And that's to move forward with these ideas and making sure that you include the staff voice in those as well.
Great,
thank you. Thank you very much, sir. And we have 19 minutes, and this is a money conversation. Dr. Wold, please shoot.
Okay, I'm going to quickly share my screen and make sure we can get this going here. Hopefully we'll get it moving fairly quickly. Give me just one moment to get everything up, and we're promoting our co-speakers right now. All right, share screen. And thank you so much. As we pull up, there we go, underutilized facilities. We're going to go very quick to try to get to the punchline, but with something like this, you can't skip over some of the pieces. So tonight we're going to talk about our facilities there, and I'm hoping it will actually flip to slideshow here for us. There we go. Okay. So we're going to talk about some of our current facilities that are completely unutilized. We'll talk about options when you are addressing facilities, how we can gain revenue from our facilities. School Services is here tonight to talk about the lessons that they've learned in cautionary approach when we begin this, and that's a really important part of this. So as we look, this is our demographics. We do have multiple vacant sites. You've seen this slide before. We're talking about the investments right now, making a difference. So our singular goal is to find a way to get ongoing revenue for the district. We just talked about some exciting programs. this can fund and seed and maintain those programs forever, ongoing. That's our real goal, is to find ways to make a difference and have our facilities work for us. We have several vacant sites. We have the Seaview site, which because of the railroad tracks will never be conducive for a school, that we would look at as an option. We have the Harmon Knowles site that may be an option for other opportunities. We have the Adams Middle School site where we have seismic issues on the main building, and you can put small dwellings, but not large ones on that property. And then we have the upper campus of Portola, so that vacant lot above where you see all of the portables. So I'm going to pass it on to Andreas Chialtas, who's going to quickly go through the options as it pertains to leases there and focus on several of the different pieces. So Andreas, if you're here.
I'm sorry. Apologize for that. Thank you, Tony. I appreciate it. And thank you all. Yeah, so there's multiple options with respect to disposition of property or utilization of property when dealing with surplus. You find a property that you don't need, and the question is, what might you do with it? The big ones, the big ticket items are ground lease, where you retain the property and utilize that property by having somebody come in and develop it and give you rent over time. Sale, so just straight out sale of the property. Exchange, property for property. And then sometimes even other options, community recreation programs, joint use, and the like. And I'm sure you've heard from time to time about different aspects of all of this. Just taking a quick moment to pause, we call the traditional sale approach, if you will, surplus property. You might have heard that from time to time or spoken with other districts that have gone through the process. It is a lot to digest. Certainly in one board meeting, we break it down into bite-sized bits for you over time if we're proceeding. But the first real out of the gates issue would be the traditional 7 to 11 committee member. We call them surplus property advisory committees. They get together, they review your properties, they decide whether or not they believe they can recommend to you if it's surplus or not. That is, do you need it for an educational program or not? That then informs your decision as to whether or not you declare it surplus and move forward through sale, lease, exchange, or otherwise. You don't need to go down that road with exchange, but you certainly have to go down that road with sale and lease. And then the next step for you is to make a recommendation and move on and give direction. Backing up real quick, if I might, just speaking about the traditional process and the like, you can go ahead and take the next slide here, sorry. The option with respect to ground lease, it's been coming into good favor. There's some real advantages to it. The biggest, obviously, is you retain ownership of the property. The next is that you get lease revenue on a monthly basis or annual basis coming into you, and that you will receive that property back at the end of the term. So you don't end up losing the property. You'll get it back at the end of it. And the use of those proceeds from a lease is not restricted. We'll talk a little bit more in a moment about restriction on some proceeds from property, but it's not. Disadvantage, you are a landlord still. Something goes wrong at a property like that, somebody gets hurt, you will be named, as you can imagine. But it's certainly not something you can, you do everything you can to write into a strong, good lease, the protections that you would typically envision and expect. So we will work on that if you go that route. Things to consider, how much money would you be getting over time? What is the due diligence or option period? If it needs to be developed, does it take a couple years for the developer to get through a city process and decide what it can build before it comes to you? How long will it go? In terms of a lease term, 99 years is the maximum under the law for these to go forward. Some are quite shorter, some can be a full 99 years. And if they're developing more, those developers are going to need more time, obviously, to recoup and to profit. And then really, what is the property going to be used for? What is it suitable for? It's something to keep in mind. And then what are the improvements that you're going to receive back? What does it look like? Has it been maintained? You want to make sure when you receive the property back, it's in good order. So those are factors to consider. One example of this is Capistrano Unified here in Southern California. I worked on this one for some time, 5 acres, went to Toll apartment, luxury apartment, Toll Brothers luxury apartments, excuse me, 99 years of a full lease. 425 market units is what they're striving for. They're getting close to getting through the city process now. It might be closer to 400. Deposit money in during the few years it takes them to get their actual improvements approved by the city. So money will be released to the district over time in any typical ground lease. And then you'll see here a large sum of money coming in at the first year and then increasing over time. The rate in which it increases is important, and we would work through all of those details should we look at a ground lease. For sale, you certainly have that option. It's somewhat typical. There are some advantages. Obviously, you get a lump sum payment right up front. You're not responsible for the property. Once it's sold, and so you don't have any liability or issues like that as a landlord. You're going to get a lot of interest generally on a sale. Somebody wants to know that they own that property. More will likely bid or come forward through a request for proposals when you have property available for sale. Disadvantages is that you don't retain ownership, so you're going to lose it. You don't have the opportunity to do something with it in the future, should you ever want to. And then the one-time payment, comes in, but you don't have an income stream, if you will. And so if later in time property values go up, you don't really reap that benefit because you've already sold it. Unlike a lease where you still retain that property and can do something with it in the future. And one big downfall is you can only use that property for restricted uses. So it's going to be capital improvements and maintenance that won't reoccur in a 5-year period. So big ticket items. So that is a quote unquote disadvantage, if you will. Factors are very similar: price, time, deposit structure, things like that. Due diligence period when people get to review it, things that you would normally think of in terms of a sale. Example there was Fountain Valley School District went out, they actually received 20 different proposals. We went through a request for proposal and for months spoke with the highest entities and honed in on a really good project that we knew could get through the city to have homes built on it. $36.5 million with deposit structure and the like. So sale is probably the easiest to get our head around. We've seen that through the years, just in our private lives and whatnot. Exchange is a real interesting option and something I really would like the district to consider. More districts are considering it. Really what you can do here is very simple compared to sale and lease. If you're exchanging property for property, you can do that by way of a board resolution. You need not go through an advisory committee, although if you're looking at multiple sites, you might want to charge them with multiple sites, sale, lease, exchange, etc., all at one time. But you don't have to go through the whole rigmarole you would with lease and sale. You would essentially just need 2/3 vote of your board and decide which developer or private entity will swap with you property for property. Moving forward a slide. There is not too much to the actual exchange. Like I said, you really just put the salient terms of the deal in writing in a board resolution and you're off and running. The caveat to all of that is we would not want you to exchange property as it sits, as is, unless it was entitled. So for example, if you had an elementary school that wasn't worth too much on the open market until the underlying zoning changed and someone knew they could build homes or build it out in some other manner, you wouldn't get the full fair market value for that property as you would in entitled property. So what you'd like to do in those instances is to open escrow with a property that you would have, property A, and then seek property B later sometime in the future. After your property, property A, has had an opportunity to be developed by a developer who will then swap property B with you. The idea there is that you reap the benefit of the income or the amount, the fair market value, if you will, of a property as it's actually been zoned rather than as it sits now, because that could be literally half or less of the property. Other things to be thinking about is you can exchange property for property and have property that you receive that actually have improvements on it. It's flexible in that manner. You could even true up payments. So the notion here is, say you have a $10 million property, you receive a $12 million property, you can pay a couple $1 million to true that up, or vice versa. You can get cash and property. It just has to be a true exchange. So there's going to be some, notion of what is fair in that value. It can't be too much. The law doesn't decide what, so we'd have to discuss down the road what could be reasonable. So it need not be exact.
Important that the buyer and the seller don't have to be the same person. So we're not having to get a property from the person who's buying our property. You can actually purchase from a different person. It goes through an escrow.
That's exactly right. And one interesting fact in that matter is if you're looking and have that third party going around, or if you just go with a developer, you could end up with an asset elsewhere, not even within your district boundaries, but still produces income to you. So it's kind of a nice thing to have in your portfolio of a district because you can utilize those funds to projects and things that you'd like, and it might not even be a property you have in your district. So again, if it's like we said before, what are the advantages and the like? Advantages here is you aren't really losing value in a downturn market. Say you have a market condition where a property right now is not worth too much. Right now, the market's hot, as you know. But let's say that has changed or changes over the next years to come. When you're exchanging for property, you're getting like value for that particular property of yours. So in the event that there's going to be a dramatic change up or down in the future, you've locked in by receiving exchange value property in the year that you do your exchange. So you don't necessarily have the ebbs and flows of a market condition, which is nice. You can receive a property that has income coming in. I have an example coming up in a moment where apartment buildings were actually approved. Disadvantages. One is that you need to be able to locate property B, the property that you're interested in. And when there's time associated with an escrow to maximize value of your property, it's hard to know what property you're going to have in the future. Another is just simply it's not done as frequently. We've all certainly done it a number of times, but not like sale or ground lease. And so some developers aren't that aware of it. And so it's really more of just finding the property and making sure everybody's comfortable with the scenario. An example here is Cypress School District. They actually gave an example here where we took 2 elementary schools, exchanged those for the value of dollars that we put towards apartment buildings, received that apartment building that generates income on an annual basis to the district, and the district can then do what it likes with those dollars. The best practice is to put that to a one-time expenditure, but you're not limited to that brick and mortar, that capital outlay restriction that the sale proceeds have with an exchange. It's not like that. So on this slide here, on slide 22, you'll see some comparisons with sale, again, restricted to capital outlay, maintenance that won't reoccur in a 5-year period. But one other thing to think about is with the sales scenario, if you are looking to receive dollars from a sale, if you had in the last 10 years used state funds to modernize or acquire that particular facility, it's going to be counted against you. There will be an offset with the state. So this is more appropriate for properties not within the last 10 years that you haven't touched. These are old elementary schools that you no longer utilize or that you can look to even potentially close if they're underutilized and you could consolidate. With lease, it's general fund use. You can actually earmark where you'd like the lease proceeds to go. There's a lot of opinions out there from county offices and whatnot, county offices of education, that is. But the law is pretty straightforward and simple. You can, by way of resolution, put it where you want. And if you don't, by default, it goes to your general fund. And then exchange, it's also not restricted. There is this best practice approach to say, hey, we have dollars coming in. You can explain by way of board resolution where you're going to put those funds. And again, that could go to one-time expenditures or as we have here, examples of reserves, buying down, paying down reserves and whatnot, building those up or paying down bonds, the whole 9 yards, infrastructure and the like. On page 23, we gave you a quick chart just to sort of compare, if you will, a handful of the more traditional methods. We went through 3 of them here. Joint use and community recreation agreements, you can see, have a lot less restrictions and wherewithal to get through, but they don't really garner the big dollars like you might receive in exchange, lease, or sale. There are a couple of things here we didn't even address yet with Naylor Act and other notices. There's a host, as we said on the very first slides, a host of steps to follow. We break that down. Tony has received from me in the past, for example, 31 pages of the summary of the law, Education Code and Government Code, that applies to all of this. So we would do that for any board, explain to you as we go, and you'll always be in the driver's seat and let us know what you like and don't like about any particular method, what you want to do or not do with any particular school site. Even that advisory committee I mentioned that gets together to recommend whether or not something is not necessary or needed for programs and otherwise should be considered surplus, that's a recommendation. You get to decide at all times what you do with your properties and how you dispose of them or utilize them.
So a third party really helps us. And school services has experts that have done this work. And so they're going to kind of take this home to what the board should consider.
Hello, everybody. My name is Robert McIntyre, and I'm here with Brianna Garcia.
Mr. McIntyre, can you hold on for just 1 minute? It's 10:28, and I was really trying to get us out of here. But we do have these consultants on the line, And what I'm going to ask is if we can extend this meeting until, and I'm not trying to go this long, but if we could extend this meeting until 11 o'clock, that should give us time to ask some questions. Let's do 11:10, and I'm going to try not. Can I have a motion to extend till 11:10?
I'll make a motion to extend till 11.
Okay. Can I have a second for that motion?
I'll second that.
Thank you so much. You're great people. I love you. So it's been properly moved and seconded. All in, well, I'm supposed to do the roll call. Mr. Christian?
Yes.
Mrs. Reckler?
Reckler, yes.
Mrs. Smith-Folds?
So we're going straight to 11, no little mini break, just straight to 11?
We spent too much time talking. We talked through the break, so we got to get it together next time.
I will say yes. I will say yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy?
Yes.
And Phillips is yes. So we still need to get through this presentation. So if we could do it expeditiously, ask good questions, we can get through this. So go ahead, please.
Thank you, so.
Great.
Robert?
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Robert McIntyre from School Services of California, and I'm here with my partner, Brianna Garcia. And between the two of us, we have pretty deep experience with all three of the transaction types that Mr. Chialtas talked about. And so I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some of the lessons learned, because these are big transactions with big dollars, but they're also the sort of transactions that can bring out some naysayers and cause a little angst along the way. And these are very long time period transactions. So really wanted to share with you, no matter which road you decide to go down of the three options that were provided, if you decide to go down one of them, really making sure that as a group you coalesce around a certain set of benefit. Our goal is to achieve, increased income for students, or keeping our cost and overhead down so we can maximize the value of what we spend on our students today. Something along those lines, really to provide that kind of North Star and guiding light. Recognizing that you're going to have detractors who come out of the woodworks. And I'm telling you, these are people who very often do not care about students. I live next door to that school and I want you to build a park and I don't care if you get money or not. And much, much worse. If you try to build for example, an automotive dealership, you're going to have a lot of colorful language at your board meetings. Not saying don't do that, but there will be people who have a vested interest in not having people test drive cars up and down their neighborhood, for example. That was one I had the privilege of doing. Recognizing that you have your political partners at the county and city level, depending on where your property is, and they need to be involved early if you're going to go down this road, and that there may be some capital that needs to be expended. Also, these transactions, as you heard Andreas talk about, Mr. Chialtas, they can be very long transactions, especially by the time you get through entitlement. You can spend 1 to 2 years getting through entitlement before you're really locked in at a solid value. And then it can take another period of time after that to close. So recognizing how long these are. And then of course, there's always going to be questions about transparency, which is why School Services is here, somebody who's an objective third party. Frankly, Brianna and I don't care if you finish a transaction. What we care is that you coalesce around a decision, and that you're provided the analysis and data you need to make that decision. But recognizing that calls about transparency will be something that you need to be aware of. So making sure that this is a very public conversation is really crucial. And so with that, Brianna is going to talk to you about some of the possible next steps. Brianna? Okay, it looks like we may have, are you there, Brianna?
Muted, it looks like.
That would be helpful, wouldn't it? It's late and it's been a long day. Sorry about that. So we really wanted to just put a little bit of a framework around the work that's going to be happening as you move forward with this. I think with our conversations with the district staff, and as they showed you earlier in the presentation, there are a few sites that the district has that are already either vacant or not being used. And that really is what you might call the low-hanging fruit. It's a good place to start because you're not disrupting any existing programs or students, etc. That doesn't mean that you won't have, as Robert mentioned, those that might have some opposition to those sites, but they're usually the ones that are starting the easiest because it doesn't have as large an impact to your district programs. And so what we really want to have the conversation with you this evening and want to get your input is based on the information that you've heard. Are there any of the options that are absolutely no-go? Are there certain options that you'd lean towards more than the other? What Robert and I and working with district staff really want to do is look at these school sites and figure out what some of the scenarios would be for you with those different options on those properties. But we really need to get a sense from you as to what works and what doesn't work and what the tolerances of the board and of your community. The second phase that we'd be embarking on, it's our understanding that the district has, that there's the possibility that the district has more sites than it has students right now to fill, and that there are some properties that are potentially underutilized. And so it really is, we'd be working with staff to do an analysis of the enrollment trends, of the student programmatic needs, some of the items that you talked about earlier this evening about some of the new programs that you want to put in place, what your enrollment, et cetera, looks like in order to determine, are there other sites? Is there the potential of using some of the other sites to consolidate them, to make those available for some of these options that we were discussing, so that again, you could hopefully generate some revenues for the district that can then be put back into the operating budget or your capital facilities project in order to make improvements for your students that you do have, and to provide more services and programs for those students and make those assets work for you. We would be working with the district council to ensure that, as Attorney Chiatis mentioned, to make sure that all of the concerns and that any of the deals that would be moving forward that the district would undertake once we do our analysis would meet your needs. But we really want to help with that upfront process to look at what properties you have and which ones would be available for you to use for those purposes. And so with that, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Wald.
So thank you very much. That ends our presentation. We're here to answer any questions and get further direction. The goal of staff is really to get direction on whether or not to pursue having school services, work with us to start bringing forward additional options based on the parameters that the board wants us to look towards. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So we're going to move on to questions. We have 24 minutes, and I just want to frame the questions based on what Dr. Wold just said. He's not asking for us to sell, lease, or exchange any property right now. He's asking if we're willing to explore any of these options. So I just want to phrase that or frame that as we move forward. So Mr. Christian, any questions? And we're on questions.
Yes, thank you, President Phillips. And the question that I have is, with this by this being innovated, this will help bring in revenue that will help our district not to be in the red.
Over time, that is the goal, to turn assets that we're not using into income that can drive programs for our students.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. Mrs. Reckler.
Yes, good evening. Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you for being here. Who else does what you do? Is there a market of people that do this?
There is. This is Andreas. I can jump in real quick. On the legal side, there certainly is law firms that work with school districts that deal with surplus property. We have certainly our competitors throughout the state. And then I'll let school services speak to the consultant role.
There are consultants that help school districts with various different aspects of it. I think school services probably has the largest breadth with regards to the different types and the experience that we have with this, but there are a few others, probably not as large or as well known at school services, that do this type of work.
And would you say that you have a particular specialty in this field? Is it exchange? Is it?
I can tell you that for myself personally, I worked 8.5 years for the Los Angeles Unified School District in their facilities department, doing the other end, acquiring property for new school construction and negotiating deals on behalf of the district with developers, individual property owners, and also working with charter schools that were looking to develop facilities. And then I can let Robert speak for himself.
Or, well, actually, not even you two individually, but like SSA, are you school services, are you known for like a specialty in exchanges or?
Our specialty really is in assisting school districts with their business operations side. I think when you hear our name, you'll probably hear it most with regards to fiscal services and providing information on the budget, et cetera. But we do have years of experience in depth with the facility side and in providing these types of analyses for school districts as they're preparing and getting the information that they need to make determinations as to whether and how they want to lease, sell, exchange surplus property, et cetera.
Good. Okay. I wasn't clear exactly. All right. That was helpful. How are you compensated?
The district pays us a fee, whether hourly or on a per project basis.
Can you give me a back of the envelope?
It really depends on the scope of the work. I mean, and so it's difficult to say, yes, it's $2 or it's, $2 million.
To give an example,
extreme.
I've seen when you do a full project, the total billing when you're all done might be $100,000 to $150,000, depending on the length with all the different pieces. And that's on a $15-20 million project as you go. So if you look in the construction side, and it can be a little more because it is hourly and it depends if the deal breaks down, there's other factors.
Just to be clear, part of the direction, if you gave staff direction to continue this work, part of our next steps would be to start to scope out cost and bring that to you very clearly. So you wouldn't be green lighting whatever expense we incurred right now, but we would bring you a formal proposal back if you wanted us to do that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't know anything about this, so I just am asking some general questions about how this industry works, how these people normally get compensated. I'm digging here. Okay, I'm trying to figure out my box. And I'll save the rest for board comment. Thank you.
Ma'am, Mrs. Smith-Foltz.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, Trustee Reckler. You answered my first question. You're not free. Good. I needed to know that. So what you're doing, you're going to get paid for. So I needed to know that. And then you said something that sounded in my mind like you could be looking for schools that you would want to close to use for other things. Is that what I heard, or is that just something that I heard in my mind?
So I'll define that we always have to do demographic analysis. As we know, the enrollment trend in California and across our own district is a declining enrollment. As you have fewer students, you still have the same number of sites. The class sizes, the number of students that go get smaller. You may find a marker where it is not financially viable to maintain a site because you just don't have enough students in that area. Where I came from in Orange County, there were many vacant school sites because of declining enrollment. We don't have the same issue here that we did there, but it is one of those trends, and they help us to really analyze the long-term needs for our facilities, where we need to grow, where we may have to build new facilities because of the way demographics shift.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because the first presentation, we want to increase attendance and increase enrollment, but now we maybe sell our property that we don't have. So, okay, so that's my question. Thank you.
So I'm going to move on to the next person, and I want to just frame this again. This is not a discussion about closing schools. These people have a service they mention something in a presentation, if we were ever to have a discussion about closing schools, that would definitely happen in a meeting. And this is not that meeting. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. I'll wait till comments.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't have any questions. We're going to move on to public comment.
We have one public comment on this item.
Okay.
Mariela Cuellar, you is the only speaker. Ms. Cuellar, you may unmute.
Mariela Cuellar, I'm a parent. I think I'm the last person here for the public comment. I have a lot of questions. I know this is just exploring an idea, but I know that it has a purpose. I know it's coming to something in the near future. The unutilized properties. I mean, I have so many questions in my head. I want to remind the board, the new boards, and I know you heard it when you were not a board member, but if we have property, I remember that there was a proposal to do construction for teachers' housing. Why are we not using these properties for the teachers? I don't know if that project is still going on. I hope it is, because I remember that there were some discussion about building housing for teachers. So I would like to see that. And if there is selling or exchange or leasing, I would like to know how the money will be spent. And also the companies that are gonna deal with this, they're not cheap. So we are not gonna take away money from our students.
That is the end of public comment on this item.
Thank you so much. We're going to move on to board discussion, and I want to frame this discussion. One, this is not the last time you will be able to get information, but two, they're asking for direction, and the direction is whether we want to explore this, not whether we want to do something, but whether we want to explore. So please remember that as you give your comments, so staff is able to get clear direction from us. And we're beginning with Mr. Christian.
Yes, thank you, President Phillips. I would say, as we, explore, that we look at situations, look at the whole pictures to see whether this will fit or help our needs here in this district. So I would say, yes, to look at, to explore what can help our district to become a strong district financially. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christian. Mrs. Reckler.
Yes, hi. Yeah, so I think we should keep going. I mean, this is extremely, this is very complex. This is not something that's going to be overnight. This is a multi-year, it could be decade type of thing. But how do you start? You start by putting one foot in front of the other. So we should start tonight. We have properties that we cannot build schools on. They are just sitting there, and they've been sitting there for years. So we should explore it. One of them is Seaview. The other one is Portola. We cannot build schools on them ever unless major laws change. So we should go ahead. My vague criteria right now is risk low, income stream high and unrestricted, and community opposition low. I'm thinking Seaview and Portola. I don't know about the community opposition there. Those people, that little row right there, they've been enjoying the view of the bay for years now, but anyway, those are the two because we cannot build schools on them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Reckler. Mrs. Smith-Foltz.
I'm going to try to frame my comment as a comment, but it may have a question in there. But is exploration free? I hope exploration is free, that we're looking at it and it's a free exploratory type of thing that we're doing. I can just look by your faces that it's probably not. Okay, thank you.
So, because that was a comment, I don't understand what your direction, I mean, what your direction is, because it was a question. So my question to you, Mrs. Smith-Folds, is do you agree with staff exploring this idea with the caveat that they need to come back to us with any proposal?
I would agree to finding out how much it costs for them to explore. Can I get, I mean, I don't know how to get that question answered, President Phillips. Like, how much does it cost for them to explore and to go on to the next step before they come back to the board?
We'll bring it back.
I am, okay. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, you are next.
Thank you, President Phillips. So I'm in full support of moving forward with the exploration around these 4 schools or 4 properties. I 100% agree with Trustee Smith-Folds' concern in her questions because of the last comments we heard from Ms. Garcia. I have zero interest in exploring the underutilization of our schools, meaning schools that have kids in them. But I 100% agree in moving forward with the idea of looking at how we can utilize these properties that are literally just sitting there that can help us deal with, you know, the problems that we're having budgetarily, and we're always in need of more. So if this can lead to providing our kids with more funding, I'm 100% into it, but definitely not, Dr. Wald, on exploring schools that have kids in them. I cannot be more clear. Thank you.
So I too agree with staff moving forward with the exploration on this. And I just want to make sure that some of the parameters that have come out in this discussion, for example, do not study closing schools because that's not what we're directing you to do. And we don't want any work done on that. We don't. So Ms. Reckler, you know, she had some thoughts as well. I know it's a little difficult to gauge, you know, what opposition would be at this phase, right? But I think the overall comment is to be mindful of the community, you know, as we're, you know, moving forward with this exploration. So, Mrs. Reckler, did I capture that pretty well?
Yeah, I mean,
Hopefully.
I just think we have spots that are going to be easier than others. Probably,
Okay.
you know.
Okay. Okay. So staff, you have your direction, you know, with those caveats. Thank you very much. And, you know, the last thing that I'll just say on this is this presentation that we got said that this process can take anywhere from, I think it said, a year to 18 months or 2 years. It's very important that we're starting this process now, because that means, you know, hopefully 2 years from now, we will be, a year from now or 2 years from now, we'll be able to access a new revenue stream. And if we had started this when Dr. Wolf first brought this to us, you know, maybe we would be there now. But, you know, we can't crawl over spilled milk, but I appreciate all of you for being flexible. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you, President Phillips. I just wanted to suggest that if we could potentially get kind of that breakdown of costs, potential costs, possible costs, and a Friday memo, that would just be really helpful. Thank you.
Okay, that is a great idea as you start looking at the cost of exploration, to just make sure you keep the board in the loop. So staff, you have your direction. It is 10:52. I'm not going to try to squeeze another item in here. So we're going to have a little unfinished business, but I think we actually got through almost everything. And so I'm going to take us, if you don't mind, to comments from the board, which is G. We have unfinished items, which we will bring back next time. But G is comments from the board, and we're going to start with Mr. Christian.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, President Phillips. Basically, no comments at this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christian, for your participation tonight. It was really appreciated. So next, we're going to move on to Mrs. Reckler.
Thank you. I had a number of agenda items, but I'm just going to email those in because the time is short. And I wanted to say that I've been spending a lot of time thinking about Wednesday of last week, January 6th, and maybe we come forward with a resolution on that. I couldn't even think of what to put in it. But hopefully brighter days are ahead, and I'm just going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you, Mrs. Reckler. Mrs. Smith-Foltz.
So I wanted to make sure that the retreat that we had on Saturday is not the last one. I want to make sure that we have more retreats like that. I want to make sure that we can drill down on board policy and what, some of the things that we can do at a retreat that's a little past getting to know each other, which was great because I really enjoyed getting to know all of you on Saturday. I want to make sure that we understand that what we just gave the direction to the staff, nobody's in school now, but you know what we were talking about. Like you understood what Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy meant, because I don't want to make sure there's no language discrepancy, because really you could kind of look everywhere now because nobody's in school, but that's not what he meant. Like he meant, okay, so just want to make sure that's clear. And finally, I just want to make sure that we all understand your zip code should not dictate your level of experience and exposure in school. We have to make sure that we're giving a full education to all of our students and all of our 50+ schools, no matter where they are in the district. So when we're looking to expand our programs, make sure that we're looking to expand them all over the district. And that is the last thing. And I'm very proud of myself because I made it through without a break, because that break before really didn't count. So I just want to make sure that we just still include the break. Thank you.
Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you for that. So I have 3 things. One, I would just really love if we could bring the idea of acknowledging our nutrition workers and invite them to our board meeting just at the beginning to thank them and acknowledge them, just because they're doing such amazing work. I would just love that. 2, I would love to invite people in the public, whoever's watching. We are having our first charter school committee, January 25th, Monday, from, 4 to 6 p.m. Trustee Reckler. Yes, okay, 4 to 6 p.m. We are gonna have a really tight agenda, but really great items. So hope we see people there. And then I just wanted to thank all of you at the board and Superintendent Duffy for being so supportive the last few days of my personal situation. And for the public, I lost some family to COVID, and you all have been incredible and supportive. So I just want to say thank you to all of you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, for your comments and still being here with us with so much going on. So that says a lot about who you are and your dedication to this work. So thank you. We have 2 minutes. So I'm going to be quiet. I'm not going to have any comments tonight, but I will let everyone know that our next meeting is Wednesday, January 20th. That meeting is at 5:30 p.m. It is a study session on COVID-19 in schools. We have some great folks coming out to talk to us. We have our county health officer, Dr. Chris Farnatano. We have the head of infectious diseases, the infectious disease department at UCSF. We have Ben Cottingham coming out, an educational researcher from Stanford University. So get ready. I know that there are a lot of issues out there around COVID. We're going to get some good information. And whatever we decide to do as a community, we're going to make sure that we're informed as we do it, because that at the end of the day is our responsibility. So and then after that, we have a regularly scheduled meeting on the 27th of January. So that said, I appreciate everyone I apologize for not giving you your break tonight, but you did a lot of good work and I appreciate you for that. And the meeting is adjourned. Blessings to everybody.